Ladies and gentlemen, your master of deep dives, Lisa Fevral.
Canty Cedric in the house. Welcome to Witch Deep Dive, Witch, another Italian magical girl franchise that I happily devoured as a kid and have a ton of great memories of. Due to, at the time, not being able to get my hands on the graphic novels, I have only watched the show growing up. I believe I had a couple of magazines that I bought, saving up my allowance, and later on, I had another couple of magazines from a different subsidiary of Witch magazine, a magazine that has been created for slightly older fans of Witch. I believe that they wanted to retain the existing fan base. The magazine looked something like this, was named Witch Your Style. I believe it was exclusively in Russia because I couldn't find any other info about it in the rest of the world, but I might be wrong on that one. I genuinely don't know because I just couldn't find anything. Let me know if you have actually seen that one. I had these two issues in particular. I still remember having them. And also, which W.i.t.c.h with the dots in between is the worst for SEO, search engine optimization, because whenever you look up anything about this show, the name basically brings up anything witch related that is not about this show nor about this graphic novel. It is a nightmare, genuinely. Oh, especially on YouTube, okay? It is a nightmare. You'll get a bunch of nonsense about Scarlet Witch, how to be a witch potions, witch aesthetics, outfits. But witch the graphic novel or the TV show? No, maybe if you're lucky you'll get something related to it. Because of that, I decided that before I even started working on this deep dive, I was going to shout out a few channels that I come across, because obviously I will be researching this show for ages, for at least 7 months, which means that my algorithm is going to actually start pushing something witch related my way. So I decided that if I come across anything, absolutely anything, I will shout it out in this video just to make sure that those people who actually make a lot of content about this show get some traction, because I am sure that they barely getting anybody on their channels regardless of whether the video is good or not. It's just impossible to get anybody there. So these two channels, Digital Bloodlines and Lost Talks, are the two that I stumbled across that at least talk about this show. And if you want more in-depth conversations about this franchise, go and check them out. Now, unfortunately for all the witch fans, this franchise has always been thrown off course by corporate mess. From the beginning, the writers and creators of the original concept for the graphic novel had to fight for a chance to create this story. Sailor Moon has paved the way for creators to pitch stories aimed at preteen and teen girls, but the West wasn't too keen on anything even remotely inspired by manga, nor did the executives want to invest into a graphic novel for girls. So all the development of the characters and the setting was done by 3 people without Disney's support. 3 people who carried the project on their backs until they could finally get funding. Those people are Elisabetta Gnone, Alessandra Barbucci, and Barbara Canepa. If I butchered anybody's names, sorry, I tried. The art style of these 5 girls was throwing the Disney execs off. They were both uncomfortable with the anime eyes and the fact that the names of the girls spell witch, and that they had magical powers. Religion is definitely a factor as to why, with many people being afraid that this series will fall into, something satanic related, which is crazy, okay? Obviously that's nonsense, but what are you gonna do with these people? When it comes to the art style, the series became a blend of Western and Eastern influences. The illustrators and creators of the series were fans of manga styles, but it was a Disney production. So they had to really blend the two to be more or less palatable to the Disney executives. Elisabetta Gnone and Alessandra Barbucci had to fight for their choice of drawing characters' eyes this way. They did that through creating a game for the execs to pick which eyes are the Disney character eyes, manga eyes, and which ones are the witch girl's eyes. Just the eyes, keep that in mind. Since that was the point of contention. This was literally what they were so worried about, the eyes specifically. The execs, as expected, because they're not trained professionals in the illustrative arts, chose Ariel's eyes as the manga eyes, proving the illustrator's point, you shouldn't get in the way if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And illustration, just like any other field, requires you to study and understand it, which is lost on people like that. Anyway, the illustrators were inspired by mangas like Alita, a cyberpunk story, and the main character of Alita inspired Will's design. You can see the influences in the look. When Elisabetta was traveling to different international quarters of Disney, she got lucky to meet one of the American managers that had the means to push the project forward. He really liked what has been done so far and financed which to finally get made. When it comes to who wrote or illustrated the graphic novel, Elisabetta was the writer and Alessandro with Barbara were dealing with the visuals. However, they worked very closely together, ideas spilling back and forth, making them super collaborative on all aspects of the production. Before I found this info, I wrote and filmed the art direction section of this video because to write an intro, I need to know what the hell is going to happen in the entirety of the rest of this video. So usually I do it last. And I was so happy to find out that I was right on this one. Of course, I love it when I'm right. So the creator said that the town of Heatherfield, where the action takes place, is actually a mixture of the Italian city Genova and American San Francisco. I literally said, or will say in this video, you will hear it later, that the city of Heatherfield feels like a European's idea of an American city. A European structure with American vibes in aesthetics. And I am a goddamn genius, low-key. Anyway, the original creators left Disney after only 6 graphic novel issues released. So, why is that? There has been a lot of speculation over the years, but the creators did eventually say what happened in the interviews. One of the reasons that we knew since a while ago was the dispute between the creators of WITCH and Disney. Disney was difficult to work with, as you can tell, just by the fact that they were being so annoying when it came to small things like eyes being too manga-esque. Most of all, they continuously made it difficult to publish the comic, especially when it came to selling outside of Italy. Barbucci later mentioned in an interview that they were already strung out by the constant roadblocks by the time the comic was about to launch in the year of 2000. They've been working on it for a while. The release got pushed back again to 2001. The marketing and publishing funding was not really given for the release outside of Italy, therefore making it harder for WITCH to succeed preemptively. Regardless of all of that, the series went on to become a massive success. And Disney decided that now they are very interested in this IP. Aside a ton of merch, so much merch. They financed a French-American production of an animated series and a Game Boy video game. The TV series released in 2004. That's like the same year as what? The audience? That's right, another Italian magical girl show, Winx. Simultaneously, Disney was involved in not one, but 2 court cases involving WITCH. Both of those, their fault, honestly. Disney is a greedy little bugger. Well, not little. So they got into a dispute with the creators of the franchise, Barbara and Alessandro. I don't know why Elisabetta wasn't involved in the lawsuit, but another writer who co-wrote the original story backed Barbara and Alessandra in court, Francesco Artibani, the co-writer, decided to leave Disney with a bunch of other illustrators after Barbara and Alessandra's case was lost. Artibani left on his own terms without any bad blood, regardless of the conflict. He even returned to write more of the witch comics later on, years later. However, there were rumors about his involvement in the writing process for W.i.t.c.h, which you can imagine was quite a scandal for the fans and the ground for disagreements. Somehow people were also trying to say that he was involved in some kind of non-existing plagiarizing of Witch by W.i.t.c.h, but he put those rumors to rest, not only with his interviews, but with the fact that he worked on Witch with Disney. Again, when it comes to the aforementioned and infamous Winx Club lawsuit that Disney pursued, it is a huge point of contention between the fans of Witch and W.i.t.c.h. I'm gonna be honest with you. First of all, I have always been a girl who loved both and just try to avoid all aggressive weird fans online as the plague, okay? And second of all, neither one of the franchises copied the other. Sorry to say, but neither one of them created the concept of a diverse group of girlfriends fighting monsters with magic. The tradition of creating personalities for your characters based on ancient archetypes for big groups of leading characters is as old as time. Just think about the classics you've read in school with 3 or 5 or 7 siblings all having very different personalities. But most of all, and I think it's pretty obvious, late 90s, the time when both franchises were at their inception, was a time when international craze over Sailor Moon was undeniable. Not only that, but we also saw a huge growth in the sheer amount of boy groups and girl groups being formed. Spice Girls not only took over the world, but solidified the marketing value of creating diverse groups, maximizing appeal and relatability to the masses. All 4 of these things, Sailor Moon, W.i.t.c.h, Witch, Spice Girls, had things in common. 5 members before W.i.t.c.h added Aisha in season 2, all of them presenting the girls with signature styles, preferences, and easy to digest descriptors, most of them having 2 to 3 brunettes, 1 to 2 blondes, and a redhead in their midst, etc., etc. It's not a difficult thing to believe that 2 things could have been created at the same time in a similar fashion, considering what was popular, profitable, and desirable at that time. When you look at the characters themselves, especially those that resemble each other, like Cornelia and Stella, for example, they only have their looks in common. We'll talk about why Cornelia from the TV show is a lot different than Cornelia from the graphic novel, but for now, just trust me. The only couple of characters that have more in common than just their hair color is probably Will and Bloom. But those similarities are still quite shallow. Disney's claim here was quite simple. Look at this. Winx is such a similar name. It starts with a W. There's 5 of them. And most of all, Disney, don't like how popular Winx is. See, even though Winx came out the same year as Witch TV show, the Witch comic books came out in 2001, 3 years prior. This could definitely get Winx in, at least a little bit of legal trouble. If Winx haven't had a whole episode made of the original show, animated, and discarded because they did not like the response that they got from the focus groups, in 1999, 2 years before Witch has been released. That mountain of evidence, a whole ass animation studio that traceably worked on this show for a long time, made the plagiarism claim quite literally impossible to support or defend in court. Needless to say, Disney lost that case and had to go back to interfering with creative processes of their workplace. The TV show suffered from Disney not having a holistic approach to Witch in general. The show isn't bad, don't get me wrong. The problem is more about the fact that they changed the genre from graphic novels, fantasy, coming of age to an action sitcom. Changing to that genre made the writers and showrunners restructure the way that the story is told entirely. If you can't rely heavily on continuity, you're gonna have to cut down on the meatiness of the main story arc. And which was just not made for that. Season 1 isn't bad by any means, but it's a lot more juvenile in terms of, storytelling because of what Disney wanted from it. They wanted to make it a show that would appeal to boys too, which I think it would have done regardless if they wouldn't have just focused on Caleb so much. In any case, the entirety of the writing team and the showrunner were replaced entirely in season 2 due to Disney wanting to go in a different direction. I don't know why they had to gut the entirety of their staff, because technically speaking, at least some of those writers can just adjust to the new requirements, especially since it didn't seem like season 1 was unsuccessful by any metric. Season 3 was set up by season 2, narratively speaking, but it was never made. No one quite knows why the show never continued, but based on the fact that it is a Disney-owned IP, I have an idea as to why. You will notice that any of the Disney productions made for preteens and young teens get picked up by Disney for a few seasons at once, which for example was picked up for 52 episodes right out of the gate. That rarely happens for shows made for adults, let alone new IPs that are not connected to any other established franchise. And most of all, none of those Disney projects produced for preteens are produced in a way that would make them a household name way beyond its heyday. Why? Well, let's start with the fact that none of the shows are set up to last or evolve like other franchises that had a long time chokehold on pop culture. Like, for example, Harry Potter. Harry Potter books change dramatically from the way that they're written in the first book versus the last one, book 7, right? Which makes the series suit the people growing up with it better. Same with Toy Story, a franchise that got more and more reflective of the age demographic with time, securing its place in pop culture's consciousness. When it comes to Disney's approach to creating shows for preteens, they always try to invest the least amount of money, secure deals for a couple of seasons, or 4 seasons at most, to allow for no room for renegotiations if the IP is a hit, therefore not having to share the high revenue with the creators, the actors, etc. And at the same time holding the demographics interest, prepping the next big pop stars that are going to feed the Hollywood records executives for like 2 to 3 album contract cycle. This is the reason why these shows rarely have well thought out direction, narratively speaking, over seasons, why there are always massive changes in the middle of production, which lost their original graphic novel creators 6 issues in. The show lost its first runners, so every single person who was in charge of this IP was in charge of it for a limited amount of time. It is rumored that there was just not much interest from the producers to make season 3. I'm just not surprised. You see, every Disney preteen IP has a 5-year limit. Even the most successful ones, Hannah Montana, 5 years. Wizards of Waverly Place, 5 years. Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, at first 3 years, and then after renegotiation, another 3, almost 3, it's 2. Lizzie McGuire, 3. Kim Possible, 5. That's So Raven, 4. And you might gonna say, Lisa, which was on air only for 2 seasons, only 2 years. Why didn't they at least give them 3 to 4 seasons like the rest? Well, they don't want to make a show that would require long game, and the fans of other shows were made during the first run of the show, whereas a lot, if not most, of which fans were fans of Witch since 2001. With the 5-year rule, the last year Disney would want anything to do with Witch would have been, what? 2006. Yeah. I doubt that Disney has like a rule book about this, but they definitely don't care about non-legacy character shows. Not legacy means like princesses and such, you know? They want 8 to 13-year-olds to watch their channel, preferably live action shows, to pick the next pop star.
Make it stop.
And as soon as the IP reaches 5 years, it can go on the back burner or completely canceled. It's hard to sell a product that's been continuously watered down to quickly grab attention of as many 10-year-olds as possible and continue it beyond the 5-year mark. Because you would have to have somebody with a strong vision for the IP, the entirety of it, the entire brand, not just the show, not a showrunner, not just the writers of the graphic novel, but somebody who cares about everything that comes out in regards to this IP. People who were expected to write and produce the show oftentimes weren't even given enough of comic book material in their language to work with. That's how little Disney cared about the story making sense. They seem so annoying to work for, as if you're working for 3 kids in a trench coat.
What's your name?
Vincent Adult Man.
Vincent is an adult. He knows how to treat a lady.
He very clearly isn't and doesn't.
Props to the writers for making it good anyway, because I don't know how the hell they did that. Also, based on the interviews with creators of the show, it seems like they were all over the place physically speaking. Like, there was a lot of freelance writers involved, which I'm sure added quite a bit of stress. The franchise produced a lot more things that you would expect from a series like this, though. A GBA game, which is a fine game, but it's Game Boy, so how fine can it be?
It's not you understand. It's me. I have standards.
A bunch of Flash games, of course, catnip for 8 to 13-year-olds, a ton of merch, as I've already mentioned, and today I'm going to cover in depth the 2 seasons of the show and 2 arcs of the graphic novel that correspond with it, and then I'll tell you what the hell is going on with Witch now in 2024.
Now what have you slaves brought me from my royal food court?
Another corn dog? Oh, beauteous one.
Okay, I hate to admit it, but I want a bottle of whatever she's selling.
And now, a little alone time.
Okay, I know that Haylin is the artsy-fartsy one, but that's why she's in the design section, and then this section goes to Teresa, because I have this dress that looks very similar to what she wears in the comics. See? Yeah, so we gotta start with the easier part that doesn't have as many moving parts when it comes to art direction, which is the graphic novel, because even though there is an art style, obviously, it doesn't have the music, audio design, animation style, and other big decisions, that affect the entirety of the show. Most of it is art style, the layout of the pages, and the story, right? So in this section, we're gonna cover the graphic novels real quick so we can move on to talking about the show. The art style for the graphic novels, honestly, slaps. I'm going to show you some chapter pages while I'm gonna be explaining the format it actually came out in back in the day, not this. This is a yen press release, and we've already talked about it, but it obviously is not the same format as what we've gotten back in the day when we were kids, when we were buying them. The comics were actually released in the form of a magazine, and the magazine varies based on the country that it was released in, but there's still a lot of similarities, like there was a section for sending in your letters or asking for advice sometimes. There was also usually a test or a quiz, that relates to personality or something along those lines. And there was also a lot of tarot card reading tips or supernatural related things, mostly because of the name. I think that the editors thought that since the acronym of the girls' names is witch, that we can kind of, put a few things here and there that are witchy and it's gonna work. I don't think it makes that much sense, but at the same time, it is what a lot of kids like anyway in their magazines. So it makes sense to kind of play into it, honestly. So the editors took quite a bit of creative liberty with the releases of the magazines. You also oftentimes got some cool glimpses into the characters' lives, for example, their bedrooms or character info pages. They were not exactly the same as the ones that you're gonna see in Yen Press, but they still try to expand on the personalities or lore of the characters in the magazines as well. And most of all, many of the issues, I believe that maybe all of them really, had a special gift. Sometimes it was like a little ring or some other piece of jewelry. Sometimes it was a gel pen or stickers, a little purse. It's kind of like catnip for girls girls, or anyone else, honestly, who loved Witch. Or any other fantasy story. I mean, how cool is that to get a book or a magazine of your favorite fantasy franchise and get some kind of trinket from the story or a thing that kind of relates to it with kind of like merch, I guess? Just small enough so it could be packaged together with a magazine or a book. If you want a kid to ask their parents to buy something for them when it comes to a book, comics, anything, just put a little trinket in there. I'm like, the sales are gonna skyrocket, bitch. I can tell you that much. So Yen Press did add some character pages and some of the girls' rooms illustrations in the back of their volumes. And I'm gonna show you some of them on the screen, of course, because they're honestly so cute. And just like a little trinket, these pages are like catnip for kids as well, because it's kind of fun to find out things about your character, like their birth date or their zodiac sign or their personality type. So if you're looking to create a popular fantasy world that you want to develop into a huge franchise, hopefully, don't forget the cute little shit like this, okay? Even though it's just a little thing, it does a lot in terms of getting people on board with your story. And it's gonna pay off big time. I love that you can see their rooms. I remember that when I saw those illustrations for the first time when I was a kid, I really enjoyed them. I love that you can see the objects in the room, like for example, collection of perfumes in Cornelia's room. The bubble says, they give Cornelia that classy touch that makes all the difference. She likes perfumes that remind her of the earth, such as sandalwood or patchouli, as long as they're 100% natural. They also provided a little floor plan. I do find that floor plan a little bit confusing because why the hell are there 2 beds in there? But I think that it's supposed to be like Lillian is also sharing a room with her or something, which I don't know if that's a good idea. And like they're pretty rich, so why the hell would they have to do that? I don't know. If you know why there are 2 beds, let me know because I have no idea. Medals, they kind of tell you about Cornelia's love for skating. Yeah, it's absolutely adorable. This is part 2, volume 3, and it has Cornelia and Helen's rooms, including Helen's style, which is a bit of an interesting addition that you don't get to see that often in the show or even in the comics, which is Helen's love for aliens. What lies beyond the stars? Helen has wondered about that since she was a child, and now she's looking for an answer in science fiction stories. She believes we're not alone in the universe, that someone's watching us, and she hopes one day to meet a UFO pilot, maybe handsome and clever, to run away with to another galaxy. In the meantime, she's content with watching E.T. It's a little funky that they're talking about it in a way that suggests that she doesn't know that there's like an infinite amount of dimensions, but she does, whatever. And the example of character pages would be part 1, volume 3, with Elian, Phobos, Cedric, and Caleb getting pages that tell you some information about them. The original magazines were very intentional about their format, which creators knew that preteen demographic is not used to being targeted or catered to. So every one of these decisions were working together to make buying comics appealing. There's also a myth that girls don't like comics or graphic novels, which isn't true. There wasn't that many to begin with at the time. So to get the executives on board, the creators of the story decided that they would be able to sell more copies and get more people into reading, which if they're going to use the magazine more familiar format to this demographic. The comic style is a lot more saturated than the show, especially when it comes to the Meridian, of course. The show definitely uses darker colors and muddier colors in the Meridian to get this huge difference between the two worlds, but they were definitely leaning into the dark palette because they were trying to appeal to boys as well, and also to kids who started to feel a little bit uncomfortable or a little bit embarrassed by watching shows that were that saturated and bright. We'll talk more about fashion and details of design in the design section, but overall this comic has a pleasant style that is both inspired by Western and Eastern media like manga. I mean, it's expected considering that Witch was created after the meteoric rise of Sailor Moon and its worldwide success. Also, covers and title pages are definitely a highlight for me as well. They are quite beautiful, rich in color, great framing. Just look at this. That's so cute. right? Let's talk about the show. The show is the main course here when it comes to production and art direction, obviously. And there are a lot of things that have been changed. While at the same time, there are quite a few things that I think that they should have changed and they really haven't, and kind of made it even worse, to be honest. The look, and more specifically, the age of the girls. Listen, this point is kind of a writing issue as well, but it's so huge and affects a lot of the visuals so much to the point where I actually have to address it here and in the writing section. In the comics, the main characters are 13 to 14 years old, with Cornelia and Will being the oldest ones, which I think it's a bit young, since usually the rule is if you are targeting an age group like 8 to 12 or any other age group really, you should be adding about 4 years on top of that if you are targeting people that are under 20 years old. After 20 years old, it's not as important to stick to those types of rules at all, honestly. But when you are targeting kids, there is a really big difference between targeting a demographic of 4 to 6 year olds and 8 to 12 year olds. It's a huge difference. So usually you would add 4 years on top of the age of the characters to make the characters more aspirational and to explain why they have more things going on in their lives or have more freedoms than the people watching. Now, the characters of which technically should have been 15 to 16 for that rule to be adhered to, you know. Another reason why it's better to have characters that are about 15 to 16, even if you are targeting a younger demographic, is the fact that you can have more freedom, because it's just too hard to have characters this young and have them roam around the city on their own or throw a party or anything else really that you would expect a 16-year-old to be able to do or an 18-year-old to be able to do. And you know, it's something that the 12-year-old definitely wouldn't be able to do.
I have a master's degree in American literature. There is nothing I can't handle.
Parents usually treat kids that are 12 and 17 quite differently. Of course, there are a lot of exceptions, like if you look at Harry Potter or Percy Jackson, the characters are quite young. And in cases like Harry Potter, it's quite easy to understand why it still works. They are 11 when the story starts, but they go to a boarding school. They're far away from their parents, and there is some supervision, but it's just one teacher, for example, like Professor McGonagall. Is that her name? Girl? Anyway, you just have 1 or 2 people whose job it is to look after 20 kids or 30 kids or whatever the hell, right? To compare to this scenario where we have 5 girls, each one of them has 2 parents except for Will. I mean, Will also has 2 parents, obviously, but he's just like, her dad is not around that much. So you've got 2 adults per every single girl in the group who's supposed to be looking after them. So it's really, really difficult to work around that much authority in their lives if they're also that young. It's just not gonna work. In Harry Potter, they can still get in trouble, they can still do something stupid, even with supervision, because the supervision is not that intense. Do you understand what I mean? It's just really difficult as a writer to be writing around all of those physical and mental blocks that kind of hinder the story, you know? If the character is too young, you can't do much without it being weird. Now, for the show, they made them 12 to 13. Yeah. Will literally turns 13 in episode 4 of season 1. Turns 13? Will is supposed to be like the second oldest in the group. No, that's crazy. Their level of freedom, and especially the lore that they already have acquired, like Cornelia not being allowed to throw a party, not because she's too young. No, she already threw such a rager that crushed her entire house inside, completely messed everything up, that her parents are not allowing her to have any parties anymore. They're 13. What do you mean they already threw a rager so bad that their parents are prohibiting them from having a few people over? I mean, I would even understand if she was 15 and it happened when she was 14, but she's 13 or just turned 14 and it happened with... I know that it's close in age, but if you remember being a teen or a preteen, you remember how different it was between 12 and 14. Like, every year is just such a big deal at that time that I just can't quite comprehend it, because even with my friends who had very relaxed parents, cool moms, it was still not not like that when we were 12. It only became like that maybe when we were like 14. Do you know what I mean? Am I the only one who thinks that it's just like not working age-wise? I don't know. But most of all, this age thing affects a lot of things because they keep on aging them up every time they transform, you know? It is a thing in both the graphic novel and the TV show. They look about 20 when they transform. I would argue maybe even like 25. It depends on what you look like. Usually some people start looking like a full adult at the age of 16 and they don't change until they're like 35. And then there's some people who gradually stop looking like a high schooler at the end of their university years. You know, you go to university after high school and you expect everyone to look like an adult, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, why do I feel like I'm still in high school? Because so many people look like they're still in high school. So let's assume that they're supposed to be 20. That's my assumption. That's like kind of like middle of the road, right? So it's a bit of a weird thing, mostly because there's like weird sexualized angles in the show, and I would argue in the graphic novel as well.
What have we got in front of us?
Okay. Like, yeah, okay, they look older physically, but I don't love the connotations. I don't. Especially since almost every girl in the world had an experience of puberty hitting them like a truck at such a young age, usually 11 to 13, when you all of a sudden look so different, but you're still a child. However, you're already being looked at in a gross kind of way, and it's a little bit of a disturbing experience. If you've had it, you know. And I just never loved that whole aging up, aging down thing in stories, especially when it starts to involve things where they are treated like adults when they are aged up in their transformation form. Like, yeah, they look 20, but they're still 12. Do you know what I mean? Like, ugh. Anyway, I have tried to figure out why that is the case, okay? But there's only speculations out there. There's no concrete evidence to point to anything in terms of the actual intent behind these decisions, except for context clues that don't really paint a great picture, right? With all those angles and weird bow wow wow sound effects or whatever. So what I assumed in terms of why that would be the case in terms of magic, I thought, okay, it's probably because they're transforming to the age where they reach their full potential in terms of physical strength, right? But that doesn't really make that much sense though, because even though, yeah, they are more physically capable at that age or whatever, right? It's not a perfect solution because it doesn't really make sense that they would need to be at their peak physically, because they're using powers that they channel from the Oromirs in Kendrakar. They're not using their physical or life force, as they call it. So it doesn't really make sense. Another theory that I had was also the fact that maybe they were trying to comment on this weird time when you're kind of both a child and already growing up, and how it feels strange and like a huge jump back and forth. Maybe, but I really doubt it, because I think that it's not like they only have responsibilities when they are in their guardian form. I don't know. In the show, they also made the girls look older even when they are not transformed. So in their human form, why make them younger in age but make them look older than they look in the original? What's the point? I just don't understand. Like, I just can't see how that's a good idea, honestly. And I've been trying to understand this for months since I was working on this, and I just don't get it. If you have any theories, let me know. But honestly, everything that I've seen, I've looked online because I thought that maybe I've missed something, and no one actually has any information either. There's obviously some speculations, but they're not really going any further than where I went. Anyway, fight scenes and choreography of those fight scenes, the pacing. The show is actually exceptionally good at delivering compelling fight scenes. One thing these girls are gonna do is use their powers in a creative way. They have a very basic breakdown in terms of powers. It's just elemental. However, the application of it, it's great. It is one of the best shows when it comes to elemental magic and its use. They combine powers like Irma and Halen and freeze their opponents, or Cornelia uses wooden tables to fight for her, Irma and Tirani combining their powers and making a sandpit monster into glass so it stops moving. And the best part about all of this is how smooth they make it look. It's truly so well choreographed and storyboarded show. The characters actually fly to compare to the comics, and I know it's kind of counterintuitive because yes, both Guardians in the show and in the comic have wings, as you can see, but only Halen can fly. Weird decision. Honestly, to this day, I don't know why they would do that. In the graphic novel, it's at least not that important. But if they would have done that in the show, it would have been a complete disaster, honestly. They really utilize it in a great way. There are really cool moments like Cornelia taking care of a like slug-looking monster. In episode 15, season 1, and I genuinely remember this scene since I was like 8 or 10 until now. I was surprised myself that this is the moment that my brain remembered, but I think that it is because I genuinely found her to be so cool in that scene. Irma gets a great moment in episode 21, for example, where she's also animated in such a way that makes her look extremely powerful. They keep adding more and more creative way to use their powers. Even with the show going into its second season, where you would expect them to start losing, their edge a little bit. In episode 2 of season 2, Tirani and Irma use fire and water to create a lot of smoke when they ambush the knights. The power-up in season 2 also adds a lot more options for them in terms of opportunities for interesting combat, and they really utilize it well. Of course, Will being able to finally attack, directly instead of using objects around her, like throwing a table with Caleb. Not the table with Caleb, but her and Caleb throwing a table together. Girl, it's very useful that she can do that now herself, and her lightning attacks, they do look cool. The fights get a lot more intense in terms of physical combat as the story progresses, and especially in season 2. Of course, it's hard to definitively prove that, but I think this moment between Will and Shagon in episode 13 demonstrates what I mean pretty well. The attacks get really inventive and a little bit unhinged. Like Irma kissing Cedric. Yeah, that lizard thing. When she's in pure water element form and sucking all the water out of him. Girl, I would have loved to see that done in the live action, honestly, because it just sounds like it would be looking gross as hell.
You're a bunch of pussies.
The only thing that I didn't really like that much in terms of fight scenes in this show is the sheer amount of random men fighting with swords or whatever, especially in season 1. Those guys are just background filler, not main event, okay? Like, let me watch my typhoons and fireballs flying around instead of this nonsense. It is more of a season 1 issue though, so whatever. And also, there are some moments like the rebel attack in season 1 episode 23 that does look pretty good, so whatever. Let's talk about the color palette a little bit more in depth. So this show is not as saturated as the comics, as we've already established, and it's definitely due to creators trying to appeal to boys. I still do not understand why show creators do this, where they constantly make shows the most watered down versions of themselves to appeal to a wider audience, while not really achieving that in the end because of the fact that they're adapting an existing intellectual property that already has a lot of fans. The show is still good, but cutting down on the Guardian screen time and toning down the color palette is really not something that makes a lot of sense. You have an already functioning property. Why do you need to change something that isn't broken? One of the things that I do find quite unique about this show is their love for using red as brown. Will's eyes, for example, are supposed to be brown, and they oftentimes are, but the creators also love to play with red or very, very warm brown instead of the regular shade of brown that they use. I think it actually fits the show, and it is an interesting addition. Anyway, the Meridian is definitely super dark and medieval to compare to Earth, which works for the universe we're in, even though I'm not really a fan of this aesthetic, especially for magical girl shows. This is more of a personal preference though, so whatever. At the end of season 1, we get to see Meridian in its healthy state when it's not being completely obliterated by Phobos, and it is quite bright and beautiful at that point, but still medieval aesthetic, so the architecture has some standouts. Heatherfield, it is kind of what you would expect from an average Earth city. People do speculate that Heatherfield is supposed to be an average American city, specifically from the Northeast, but I would argue that it's more of an idea of what an American city is, but like not quite. It feels like a blend of some European aesthetics as well. The palette definitely gets more life breathed into it when we are finally venturing out of Earth and Meridian as the main two locations, getting about 1,000 shades of purple in Zambala and a pretty pastel oriented world of Kandrakar. Overall, the decisions made about the color palette of the settings are okay, but nothing to write home about. The monsters, on the other hand, that live in Meridian are a standout of the show. We'll talk more about the specifics of the design later, but I want to talk about their behavior, transformations, and animation. The soldiers from the Meridian remind me of orcs or urkhais. I don't know how to pronounce that, girl, but they're from Lord of the Rings. And honestly, they were scaring me just as much as those monsters from Lord of the Rings did. Their war cries. And that scene from one of the first episodes where they're swinging off of some crates or whatever that are suspended from the ceiling. Oh, that shit was freaking me out, okay? A lot of monsters from which were freaking me out. Just take Cedric, a massive human-eating snake.
Wow. Hey, people.
Or like an amphibian. I don't know. Who cares? He's a snake to me. Anyway, his transformation is already horrific. Injected with some old school gothic vibes where he's like emitting lightning or being struck by lightning when he's transforming.
It's moving. It's alive! It's alive!
He contorts and twists and bends as if in pain. And most of all, his goddamn scream? Nay, roar. It's disturbing. However, it does get a bit comical later on when it's continuously being used and it's the same exact soundbite, the same exact sound effect used all the fucking time. You know, like Neil Breen style, honestly. But when it works, it works. There are also some moments in the show where we're literally shown Cedric eating a person, Matt to be exact, in Will's dream, or at the very end with Prince Phobos. Girl, that part, we're gonna get to it, girl. It's so fucking funny. The animation, girl. Ew, he was like even licking his fingers, bitch. Like,
Cedric!
ew. Also, there was this funny moment in episode 14 where Cedric is talking to Elian and he's like flexing his arm behind his back and it turns into a monster arm. With the special effect or whatever on top of it. And it's just so stupid because we already know that he is the snake. We don't need that addition, and it was kind of just comical, honestly. Another monster that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid was Gargoyle. This bitch is really something. It's like a massive rock monster, and it appears for the first time in such a sneaky way that I genuinely remembered it for like all these years. Also, Gargoyle loses its arm because witch girls close the portal and the portal like cuts off the arm. And this monster remembered it, okay? It actually comes back, and a whole season later, no less. That's actually very impressive for a kids show, honestly, because usually things just kind of get forgotten or swept under the rug. It's just not as well thought out usually. More of this for current kids so they don't grow up as if lobotomized. Please treat kids like they have brains, because they do. Campaign 2024. Tracker. Oh my god, Tracker. This bitch scared me too. He was just so unrelenting, and the thought of being found so easily by scent or something was bothering me so much back then. The massive chain flail thing that he swings around, the goddamn cloud of bats that can chew through anything and live inside this gross Grim Reaper-esque body, and the demonic dog that could get you too. Girl, that guy was really one of those that scared the hell out of me. There's also loser monsters like Frost, but he like never bothered me. He just didn't have that certain zhuzh, a certain je ne sais quoi, a va-va-voom, if you will. He was a nobody, a joke, a non-bother bitch. Him fighting to be the leader of the knights was just comical. Like, be serious for one goddamn second there. Oh, and Miranda.
I might embarrass myself.
Dang. Good lord, that girl. Oh, she's so creepy and gross. She's like a humanoid spider with only 4 legs that are like meaty, kind of human looking. And she's hairy as hell with hair coming out of her like every orifice of her body. Dang. Her transformation is like another canon event for any kid who was watching that show. I just know it. Oh, and those monsters Phobos made by using hair locks of guardians. Oh my god, that was also a lot. Mostly because of the way they moved and looked after being transformed rather than their original look. Speaking of transforming, they all have way too much time to transform every damn room in the castle whenever Elian would enter. Phobos changes the room, and it takes like a solid 5 seconds. And I don't know a single person who takes 5 seconds to open an unlocked door that they already pushed to open. It's just slightly funny how slowly they react every single time. In season 2, we get more monsters that Nerissa creates, and I really like their concept that they feed on specific negative emotions that make them stronger, and which really have to work around those new challenges to fight them. It brings a really new dynamic to fight scenes where guardians can't just attack at random, because some creatures are likely to be stronger when they're fighting against some guardians that are struggling with specific emotions. I'd say that the second batch of minions that Nerissa creates were more psychologically scary rather than scary like Tracker or Cedric, who are more like classically monstrous, you know? Let's talk about audio design. Audio design in this show is a bit strange. It's pretty good in one moment, and then they're reusing the same damn sound over and over again, be it Cedric's scream or a tense sound in quotations that also became super popular to use on social media.
I thought so.
After the release of this show, which makes it really hard to not find it funny when watching it, even though it is a tense sound, an alarming type of deal. There's also moments where voice actors are voicing the wrong character, like here with Will and Irma.
You promise not to freak if I tell you what it is? Then it's just a ham.
There are pretty good vocal performances here though, except I really cannot stand Martin's voice. And like, I know it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be annoying. I'm just saying that it's working, girl.
Greetings, Madam Boss. Now we can be together all the time.
He's annoying as hell. Shagon / Matt voice acting is also a standout.
Come on, Will. Is that the best you can do to save friends and poor missing man?
Same with Nerissa, who gave her character, who is super manipulative, an interesting seductress twang.
Now, a little alone time. Don't beg, you silly man.
Hope I fell asleep with my hand. Oh, no, she woke up. Honestly, so many characters had great vocal performances that really brought them to life. I really gotta give props here because, especially with season 2, introducing a bunch of new characters with voices that are super unique, like Napoleon, for example.
Why would Nerissa come after you?
Halloween, toots.
Or Zambalan trees.
The fire's too close. Oh, Malfoy, stay close.
The voices of those trees, although they're super interesting, they are hard to hear and understand because the pitch is shifted artificially, obviously very low. I also really enjoy some of the random supernatural sounds in the show, like the sound of folding, for example. Folding is a form of transportation within the same world, teleportation, one can say, as opposed to traveling between the worlds where you have to have a portal. And it is also introduced in season 2.
Grandma!
And since we're talking about audio effects and vocal acting, we gotta talk about the funny tidbit of Will not having anything to say for the first season when they're transforming. This can be debated. Some people think that there's still something being said that is clear. I don't think so. When they're transforming, they're all saying the name of their element. And when it comes to Will, she just goes, uh-huh.
Quintessence!
It's funny because she does make a sound when she's supposed to, but she's not really saying anything. And obviously she doesn't know that her element is quintessence until season 2. But when season 2 comes and she still doesn't know, she still started saying the heart every time they transformed, which makes a lot more sense. I love that they just didn't give her anything to scream until season 2. So music. There are a lot of versions of the main track, in terms of translations, of course, and the US version is actually entirely different. It's a completely different song. I grew up with the UK version, i.e. the original, but I would say that both are working well for the show. If they're ever gonna do a reboot, they really should lean into the rock sound because I think it fits the aesthetic of the show quite a bit. Oh, and also when you're gonna be watching the intros, you're gonna notice that there's a lot of mistakes in terms of Irma's outfit, her transformation outfit to be exact. It's always done with the pink top, even though it's supposed to be turquoise. I don't know why. In any case, I like both versions. I really don't have a preference. I think both of the songs are really good. There is also a band in the show with Matt and Nigel being in it. The name of the band is Rec 55, which I assume is probably like a reference to Blink 182 or some 41 or whatever the hell, you know, bands like that. I liked Will to Love and Demon in Me. Both songs were featured in the same episode, which was a really great episode, by the way.
The demon in me, your distance, tread the path of least resistance, help me find the will to love.
They are basic, but they are catchy and they are believable enough in a sense of understanding that people could actually like it. Also, the soundtrack has a lot of catchy songs. There's a song called Flow that is never actually used anywhere in the show, and it's such a vibe. Superpower is also really good, with a bit of that plucky instrument in the background. These songs honestly are so Bratz, and you know I love the Bratz soundtrack, as anyone with taste also does. It's crazy they haven't used these tracks and just had it on a CD soundtrack. I don't know why they would do that, why they wouldn't just like use it at least as an outro, a new song every time, because that album has 16 tracks. 16! Here's a little sample of some of them that I like.
From a single drop to a tidal wave, sometimes even I can conceive. W.I.T., give me a C and an H. Everything is better with all the girls here. Everyone together.
Okay, now let's go through some things I thought were interesting, but not significant enough to impact the entirety of the show or to be a separate point, you know? Moments like Nerissa's movement in season 2, episode 17, where she's moving comically fast. I don't know, it like cracked me up. It's supposed to be a very serious chase scene, yet it's so fucking funny. Or Cornelia crying and the background changing in a way that kind of, you know, it's dramatic and it's supposed to be sad, but it once again is just turns out to be a little bit awkward and funny instead.
He and Julian, they're gone.
There's also constant random switches of outfits within the same scene in between shots. Like here, there's a funny moment that I really like of this stone guy on Iridia just sitting there alone pondering and Nerissa coming to seduce him to get the heart of Iridia. Just the movement, the voices. Again, there's pitch shifting going on. It's really funny.
Oh, there you are, my pet.
Ripe for the taking. Now, to steal your heart.
And my favorite things, interesting ways of either switching up the animation style entirely or knowing when the narrative needs to be condensed in some shape or form. For example, the last battle with Cedric, where we get the Guardians in an entirely new animation style, is explained by magic cloaking the scene so the fight can go on without citizens of Heatherfield actually noticing anything. So they're kind of projected on the big screen as characters in a cartoon, and it's so interesting that within the cartoon they tried to express a cartoon, so they made them more cartoonish. With, you know, heart eyes appearing when Irma sees her favorite singer. When it comes to condensing the narrative in an interesting way, when you know that the story doesn't need everything spelled out, there's also a good example of that in the same episode where the loose end with Nerissa is tied up by showing the illusion that Nerissa sees in the form of a bunch of snapshots and narration on top of that. Instead of showing a play-by-play and just drawing it out, showing it in detail would have definitely required a whole other episode. And at this point, season 2 had way too many drawn out conflicts and crazy plot twists. For the show to tolerate another episode of that, especially since it would have had to have a lot of similar things happen to arrive at the same place, it's a good way to wrap it up without getting on anybody's nerves, you know? All in all, this show is effective, not super inventive in terms of avant-garde animation or some shit, but definitely extremely well choreographed in terms of action scenes, and it is full of them, so thank God it's well done, with plenty of good music and compelling atmosphere. I had a choice to go for the length or the color that suits Will. This is supposed to be inspired by her, not because she's a witch, because she's not a witch. It's just an acronym. She wore this for Halloween in the first chapter, like the first time the girls hung out together. I had a choice of a more or less accurate length of hair or color, and I went with length, okay? This time we're going to structure this by characters, okay? And as per every other section in this video, we're going to compare the characters in the show to the characters in the comic books. Let's start with Cornelia. The reason why we're starting with Cornelia is because it is a character that is basically unrecognizable in the TV show to compare to the comic book. The way that I would describe Cornelia in the comic books is responsible, stubborn, a little bit unyielding, has a calm temper, but not exactly. Like, it's kind of like calm on the surface, but has a lot going on inside. A little bit of a helicopter parent for the rest of the girls. Definitely very determined, being a decorated ice skating athlete. She's a little bit overbearing when it comes to responsibilities. That does drive other girls up the wall sometimes, like here with Halen and Irma. In the comics, Cornelia is skeptical of magic, just like in the cartoon, but comparing the two versions, reactions and attitudes in this scene in particular can demonstrate what I mean when I say that these two characters basically have nothing in common. Well, except for their looks. In the graphic novel here, you can see that Cornelia is skeptical, but she's skeptical because she believes that everything has a reason, to compare to the TV show Cornelia that just gets up and tries to leave after a crazy impressive audiovisual presentation that Helen's grandma put together out of thin air. Like, you know that there's something going on that's strange and interesting. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And then at the end of the convo, she's like, it doesn't involve sewing, does it? Literally, a scene or so later, she claims that Yanlin is entirely delusional, even though she just saw all of them controlling the elements, her included, by the way, right in front of her eyes, right there, earlier in the day. And you know the tone, it's not serious or inquisitive even, or interrogative. It's straight up bratty. And I don't mind that attitude as part of someone's character, right? But it is a huge, huge difference between the two iterations of the character. I guess these two share confidence as another characteristic, but once again, if you analyze the flavor of that confidence, you're gonna get two completely different things. Comic book Cornelia confidence is quiet and fixed, while the show is more about the ego, a type of narcissism, I suppose. I don't want to dog on her too much because I like her, even in the show, and even though she is different, but she definitely is a bit egotistical in the show. By the way, yes, the scene where the girls find out about their powers and they just don't really react or react like it's just a very casual thing.
I became a guardian when I was your age.
Well, thanks for the snacks.
Cornelia is given the power over Earth.
I can't even do that trick where it looks like your thumb comes apart.
This doesn't involve sewing, does it?
Somehow I cannot imagine your grandma wearing that.
It is a little strange, I'm not gonna lie to you. They literally couldn't care less about being guardians. They asked nonchalant questions, mentioned that they're afraid of fire or hate heights when speaking about being suddenly able to fly, commenting on the sudden appearance of secondary sex characteristics.
What have we got behind us?
What have we got in front of us?
Their wings!
Which is very a male writer wrote this type of line and are just not fazed by any of it. While I get the criticism of everyone when it comes to this, I think that based on how many things about being guardians need to be like second nature to them for the story to work, I am inclined to believe that this is the result of simple chosen ones writing. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind it because it's better to jump right into the action and figure it out as they go along, especially in kids media. They won't stick around for a super realistic acceptance of responsibility arc. It would take also at least 2 episodes. They definitely aren't good at what they do at first, which is enough for me to suspend my disbelief, especially considering that the demographic of the show is young. Anyway, Cornelia. She is definitely not a stereotypical blonde in the comics. Oftentimes people joke about her being icy, but a really big part of her character, at least in the way that it's written in the comics, is her relationship with Caleb. There's also her friendship with Elian. But we're gonna start by talking about Caleb first because this is the most confusing part to explain. In the show, her relationship with Caleb is quite normal, I would say. Obviously, there is magic and rebellion and other things like that involved. But to compare to the relationship that they have in the comics, this one is a lot more straightforward and it makes a lot more sense, I'm not gonna lie. I remember that when I was watching this show and I didn't know a lot about the plot of the comics, I thought it was kind of a tragedy that they broke up in the comics, but now reading it as an adult, I honestly think this couple is not well written at all. It's making it quite difficult to like or care for them. So let me explain what happens with Cornelia and Caleb in the show first because it's a very short explanation and analysis. In the show, they meet at the very beginning, and I would say that we start seeing that they like each other quite early on. It is a usual dynamic of a hyper feminine bratty girl and a hyper masculine bratty boy. They fit quite well, but at the end of the first season, Caleb decides to stay in the Meridian to continue taking care of his duties and all that kind of jazz, and I mean it makes sense, but it does upset Cornelia. At first, I did not really get why she was so upset because she can always go to Meridian and he can always come to Earth. It doesn't take that long because of portals and shit like that. It was kind of confusing, but season 2 expands on that. We see what the issue is through the fact that Caleb doesn't know what Cornelia is like outside of her guardian duties, as in her personality, her hobbies, favorite music, except calling it sad girl music. He literally knows nothing. However, he knows a lot about Elian, which makes it obvious why she would be upset. Just like in the comics, she does have a fling with Peter. I mean, in the comics, they have a full-blown relationship, but in the show, she has a fling with him and she pretends to be her older cousin. And in the show, the relationship with Peter is used to create conflict, if anything, and it lasts only 1 episode. In the comics, though, we get a very strange love story that is basically somewhat magical, because if it's not magic, it's nonsense. Cornelia has dreams about Caleb. She tells Elian about it and Elian draws him and it's perfect to a T. They didn't know that at the time, but it is literally Caleb. But later we find out that it wasn't just a dream, but rather some kind of mystical connection between Cornelia and Caleb. Caleb also has dreams of Cornelia, and when they meet each other for the first time, they feel like they've known each other for an eternity, basically. Well, not eternity. Girl, they're like 14, 13. Come on now. As much as I think it's an interesting approach to a relationship, it seems a little bit too much, and the intensity of their feelings is especially weird. I'm sure there are a lot of people, a lot of fans who love this couple in the comics and wish that they would stay together. I have heard that the reason why they did break up is because there was a vote going on at the time in Italy when the story was first published, and people could decide whether they would stay together or not, and they voted for their breakup. I don't know why. Maybe because people thought that it was kind of strange that they were so in love after not really spending any time together and not knowing anything about each other and just seeing each other in their dreams. But I have a feeling that maybe kids were voting for it in the sense of wanting some drama. I don't know. This is more of a speculation on my part because I was not in Italy at the time, speaking Italian, reading it in Italian, so I don't know. If you are one of those people who are Italian living in Italy, or you read this graphic novel when it was coming out, still in magazines and whatever, let me know if that's true. But this is what I've seen online, and this is something that I've heard when I was a kid, when I was like looking into why they break up in the story. Even if that's the case, I personally don't think that the couple is written very well. Anyway, the promise that he made to her in the meridian with the flower when they met and realized that they've seen each other in dreams and stuff like that is sweet and not too much to compare to all the other dramatic shit that happens, but things that happen after, where Cornelia goes really far to resuscitate Caleb and after he becomes a flower again. Anyway, at the end of arc 1, Caleb is turned into a flower. In the comics, he's actually a whisperer, which is like a plant that was created by Phobos that is sentient. Girl, I don't know how to explain it. Cornelia takes him back to Earth with her and she's basically mourning him, but she's being very dramatic about it. And I mean, I understand that it is a dramatic situation. Like, I'm not saying that she should be less hurt by it or something like that. I just think it's a little bit too much because the way that she talks to the rest of the girls when they try to help her out, by the way. For example, here with Helen, it becomes quite annoying because she genuinely tells her, how could you possibly understand a loss like this? Have you even been in love? Which is just so stupid. I mean, considering especially that Helen is the only one who's ever dealt with grief when it comes to death in the group because of her grandmother. Maybe not at that point anymore because she already found out that Yanlin is in Kandrakar and that she's not like gone, but still she had a very long stretch of time where she believed that her grandmother just died. So anyway, because of one of Kandrakar's people, Luba, the powers of the Guardians leave them and they become a changeling. They kind of combine into one being that is shaped like a person, but it's not really sentient or anything like that, really. It's like pure energy, basically. And since Cornelia was not with the girls, somehow she retained her powers, and the changeling is looking for her to get absorbed by her. So it finds her and possesses her. Cornelia gets pissed off at Luba. You don't have to know all the details because it's so fucking stupid, but she gets pissed at Luba and resurrects Caleb, okay? But the way that she does it is really strange. It makes him into some sort of zombie. It's a little bit creepy, to be honest.
A little deathy.
I honestly cannot stand Luba. The way that she reacts to Cornelia, telling her to grow up and take responsibility for her actions, while being the reason as to why all of their powers are running amok, is insane. Genuinely, like, why would the writers do that? Why would they write it like that? Because the thing is, Luba doesn't have any reason for it either. I think Luba is also very poorly written. It's kind of ridiculous. If you're not familiar with her character arc, she is basically against the new Guardians. She sabotages them multiple times. Then she gets pissed. Then she says that Kandrakar is over and runs away. And eventually she comes around and she like sacrifices herself to stop Nerissa, probably because she feels guilty that she's the reason why any of it is even happening. But I personally do not think that her character had a reason to doubt the new Guardians. I genuinely went back and reread this shit so many times to try and figure out what her problem was, okay? Like, I tried to figure out what the girlie is mad about, genuinely. Because the old Guardians were not even working anymore, in quotations. It was just Yanlin left because Cassidy was killed by Nerissa. Nerissa was imprisoned. And the other two, Kadma and something, were banished from Kandrakar because they accused Oracle of not doing anything while seeing the future and knowing that Cassidy would be killed by Nerissa. So that's a whole other thing that I'm gonna rant about in this section, but she doesn't have any reason to doubt them. The previous Guardians were not saints. Clearly, fucking Nerissa exists for a reason, you know, it doesn't make any sense. It's not like they were doing anything that bad, to be honest, considering how little guidance they got. They didn't get any guidance. Let's be fucking real here. They did not get a brochure on how to use the powers correctly, okay? Since she didn't have a reason to be mad at them in the beginning or to doubt them that severely, it seems like a very, very empty gesture for her to sacrifice her life at the end. I mean, technically speaking, I think I would really like this character in a sense of being an interesting character, kind of an antagonist or an anti-hero, having a very difficult type of storyline, right, with a redemption arc and whatever. But all of that would only work if she had motivation, okay? Literally any reason to be so hostile to the new Guardians who are so young. Just to remind you, these girlies are literally 13. In the show, they're literally 12, but Luba is not a crazy person in the TV show, so...
Is there a reason you're such an utter drip? I mean, do you have some sort of condition? Honestly, it's like you hate good news.
Anyway, Cornelia manages to somehow awaken and resurrect Caleb, like finish the whole thing through her love, I guess. That's what's implied. If they would have had a better background, in a sense of them actually developing feelings over time and being in the same place at the same time, I think it would be easier to get into this love story, because they genuinely have some sweet moments, like this moment after Caleb is resurrected and Cornelia is supposed to be tried by Kendrickar. Also, it's so fucking messy too. It's so quick and it just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, she's supposed to be tried in Kendrickar for using the powers to resurrect Caleb and using the powers wrong, I guess, for selfish reasons or whatever. But instead, he takes the blame and Cornelia gets her powers back while still having to say goodbye to him because Caleb becomes somewhat of a servant to the world of Kendrickar. He basically tells them, that's my fault and I will be your servant and do whatever you want me to do as long as you leave Cornelia alone and give her powers back or whatever, and she stays a guardian. Technically speaking, this moment worked, but everything else around it doesn't. If the foundation is very shaky, it is really, really difficult to make a high stakes moment like this feel appropriate and not stick out like a sore thumb. Eventually, we arrive at an awkward and, again, poorly written breakup. Let me explain what happens. I have to start with the moment where Caleb gets taken by Nerissa. It happens at a park where Cornelia and Caleb see each other for the first time in a really long time. Caleb gets hit by Luba in the back, by the way. In the back. Luba is a villain. Like, she's just like pissing me off so much. Anyway, and then when he is taken from the Guardians, the girls have to take Luba back to Kendrickar because she basically kind of handed him off to Nerissa on a silver platter just because she was pissed at him because he was trying to take her back to Kendrickar. Anyway, from this particular scene or this particular portion of the comic, I need you to remember two things, okay? Here is Cornelia seeing Caleb in her human form, not transformed. And second thing is, this is the last scene in chapter 17, okay? We open chapter 18 with the girls just chilling and just dealing with their day-to-day lives, and we see that Caleb is still in Nerissa's lair. You might be wondering, why is he there? And why do all the Guardians not care, right? Well, the writers decided to jump ahead in time and then go back and explain what's going on, and it would be all good and well if this plot point wouldn't be annoying as fuck. Honestly, Nerissa needs Caleb since he was resurrected and has a copy of all the Guardians' powers. But the Oracle literally tells them not to go after Nerissa, and by them I mean Guardians, not to go after Nerissa to save Caleb because they are too weak to take her on. Okay, so remember that. They're too weak to take her on, which implies that they would have to either get more powers or get some training, maybe grow up or some shit like that. Maybe they need a certain amount of time to specifically learn how to control a part of their powers or whatever the fuck, something like that, right? So the Oracle erases their memories, okay? Not all of them, obviously, but just the ones that are connected to Nerissa and Caleb. Or, as he says, he clouds them to make sure that they don't remember that there is an issue that demands their attention. Now, the most annoying part about this is that the girls are not actually getting any new powers. This time that he is trying to give them is for nothing.
Girlfriend, stop!
This is honestly the reason why all plot points in this storyline feel useless as hell. On page 100 of part 2, volume 2, we see the Oracle literally tell Yanlin not to question him, which is something that he does a lot, by the way. Not to question him on why Caleb is getting tortured, what the point even is of torturing this boy and not doing anything, right? When the girls remember, it's completely random. It's just like all of a sudden they remember now, and based on what is implied, it's just like a couple days passed. Even if it's been a month, it hasn't been a year, it hasn't been a few years, they haven't been training, they haven't been doing shit, they haven't been getting any new powers. It's literally not related to any of that. It's just like Caleb was being tortured and that's about it. You'd think that there would be a reason critical enough for them to remember it specifically at that moment, but no. You will notice this in many books, comics, shows, where the main characters ask for an explanation from someone who's like an authority figure to them, like the Oracle, and he brushes them off because they suddenly need to help someone and this is so crucial and they need to do it now. And then they don't really have time for an explanation, and that explanation never comes. This is exactly what happens here over and over and over again. And when they say that they're addressing something or their questions were answered, it's always the most useless question that's being answered. It's kind of like talking to your manager at an office job where you ask one question and they answer about 50 hypothetical ones that no one gives a fuck about, but they don't actually answer what's important to you and to everybody else in the company. Yeah, it's basically like that. The time for answers is coming, he says. That ghostly ass bitch pisses me off, honestly.
Oh, that's grotesque.
Anyway, at a very strange time, I mean right when Nerissa is supposed to come back and attack, Cornelia is wondering whether Caleb would be able to live on Earth. She knows he's not gonna integrate into Heatherfield. The two worlds are too different, obviously. So she transforms back into her usual look, into her human form. I'm assuming she's 14 at that point, because she wants him to start getting to know her as, a human person, not a guardian. Remember I told you to remember that moment when Caleb and Cornelia see each other at the park? Right before Caleb is kidnapped? Yeah, Cornelia was already in her human form. Remember? Yeah. Literally less than 4 chapters later, the writers are acting like Caleb has never seen Cornelia in her human form, which is annoying as hell. Let's assume that people did not notice it, or the writers did not notice it, whatever the fuck. It's still annoying because it's a pretty big oversight. Just why? This is the reason for their breakup. He suddenly switches up on her right after. Like literally, it's like this. A lot of things are not written well in this graphic novel. A lot of cool ideas, and I personally think that having a breakup in the story is good, especially since they're literally 13, 14. It would make sense, okay? It would make sense that the relationships they're in, they won't last forever, at least for most of them. But the way that their breakup is written... they decided that they will finish talking about their future after the battle. And after that battle, Caleb literally says, I've thought about this a lot. So like a few hours? And he goes, I'm going back to the Meridian. Okay. I mean, Kendrickar cannot possibly be expecting that the Guardians would never fall for somebody from a different world. And if they fall for someone from Earth, are they gonna lie to them too? Because it's gonna be unsustainable as an adult to just be gone for days or weeks because you're stuck in some, prison on Meridian or whatever because you're trying to save someone or some shit, It's just not sustainable. It's impossible, honestly, for them to be expecting that type of shit. I know it's not entirely against the rules, but the never defined rules, by the way. Caleb's reason for the breakup is we are too different. But he didn't know her before, nor does he know her now when he's breaking up with her? And the only thing that's changed between now and before, which is also supported by what he says about what's changed, okay? He says it himself, is the fact that he saw Cornelia in her human form. She looks a lot younger than her guardian form, yada yada yada. This is so strange, okay? Aside the glaring plot hole of Caleb actually seeing Cornelia in her human form before, it seems like they could have handled the breakup better. There's also this other reason that gets thrown around, but I find it invalid as well. That reason being that Caleb wants to be in the Meridian, and there are even some side bonus content specifically for graphic novels that was released back then that explores that. How would Cornelia adapt if she went to Meridian, or how Caleb would adapt if he went to Earth? And both scenarios end badly, but they hang on to a very important piece of world building. All of those explanations, all of that elaborate writing that warranted a whole chapter on the side or a special release hangs on to one world building element. And that element is you cannot go from Earth to Meridian quickly or easily. So why is it easy for them to do? Because you might think, well, they just did not explain how it works, or we don't actually see it happen in the graphic novels. So maybe traveling from one place to another would require Oracle's help, for example, right? And you wouldn't be asking a goddamn Oracle, who is a little asshole, to be your date chaperone, opening and closing portals for you, right? Well, it's just not how it works in this world, because we actually do get to see how it works, and we get to see it right after they break up. Literally, this is the breakup scene, and immediately they're like, well, we need to help this specific Meridian person, Miss Rudolph, to go back to the Meridian, and we're gonna also take Caleb. And it would make sense if they didn't have access to their powers or to the heart of Kandrakar or whatever the hell, but they do. And not only that, they show us exactly how long it takes. And the way that it goes is Cornelia goes to Earth from Kandrakar on her own. She doesn't even need the heart. She goes to Earth, she gets Miss Rudolph, she comes back to Kandrakar, and it's all within moments. The only time that it actually takes is the physical time on Earth she needs to go get Miss Rudolph. The actual traveling time, a few seconds, bitch. And then the girls travel with Miss Rudolph and Caleb to Meridian, and it also takes a few seconds. They literally teleport. You know, it's teleportation. How is this a problem? What? Genuinely, what? Considering that Cornelia is always going to be a guardian unless something ridiculous happens, she's tied to this magical world, and there's no way in hell it's so difficult for her to travel there or for them to see each other. It makes no sense. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. And I'm gonna stop here with the logical inconsistencies, specifically in the Cornelia part, because it's just gonna go on and on and on forever. The biggest problem with these logical issues is that I can't even go very deeply into the structure and explain where it doesn't work, for example, without also just telling you, well, it's just poorly written. It wasn't thought about. You can tell that it wasn't thought through. They did not think they needed to have a system or to have sense in this regard, you know? And that happens a lot in a lot of media, especially media that's either done for kids or media that is, you know, girly media. Oftentimes they just kind of go, well, they just felt like this and this happened. It's like, okay, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I remember it pissed me off when I was a kid, and it still pisses me off. It is not a valid argument to say that kids don't give a fuck or have no capacity to understand whether it works or not, because I understood that when I was a kid reading it. I'm sure other kids also noticed it. Just saying. It's a new day. I don't know what to tell you. We're gonna be here a while. So let's talk about Heylin now. I have to address a thing right away that bothers me the most out of everything, and it is Heylin's name. No, there's nothing wrong with having a name Heylin. The problem is that I don't think that the writers know that if someone's name is Heylin, it does not mean that their first name is Hey and their last name is Lin, okay? Usually what it means is that her name is Heylin, her first name. But knowing that her grandmother's name is Yanlin, and it is referenced multiple times in the story that her last name is Lin, we know that the authors clearly were a little bit confused about the way Chinese names work in general, it feels like, especially considering that all of her friends friends always call her Haylin. We're just gonna go with the assumption that her first name is Haylin. I definitely have a special place in my heart for Haylin because I tend to really like characters that are this positive and sweet to a fault, you know, especially when they're creative or like in the arts, you know. It's curious that when I was a kid, she wasn't my favorite, but now as an adult, I look back at it and I'm like, I actually always enjoyed her quite a bit, but for some reason, I always thought that either Cornelia or Will were closer to me, but honestly, Haylin is just really chill, accepting. She's one of the only guardians who never make fun of Blunk. Maybe she is, you know, joking about the smell or something like that, but honestly, she's so chill about him to compare to everyone else. It seems like she's the most non-judgmental person in the group. She gets to have a romantic subplot in season 2, and her boyfriend's name is Eric. He's also very sweet. I like that they paired her up with someone sweet. I honestly really enjoyed the way that the writers went about it. Both counterparts in the show and in the comic book, they are quite similar, even their dynamic quite similar. However, there is this thing that I want to mention about it. In season 2, Haylin notices Eric in the summer when everyone else is on vacation and she is working at her family's restaurant and she is just like delivering food. And I swear to God, in that episode when all of them are on the phone and they're talking about what they're doing and whatever, it pissed me off so much, the way that the girls were complaining about their vacations to Haylin without realizing that Haylin is in the stuffy, hot, smelly city for the entirety of the summer, working her ass off, working at her parents' restaurant, her family's restaurant, not actually having a vacation or time off as the rest of them are. All of them were either hiking with their families, traveling in Europe, on the beach, sunbathing, and complaining to Haylin about it, bitch. I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm sorry. Eric plays the saxophone and plays it for Haylin at school, as well as he's shown to be supportive of her braces or whatever. She was kind of nervous about it, which was really cute. You know, really puppy love, cute, adorable type of shit. Loved it. They honestly had a lot of good examples of nice boyfriends. I'm glad that we had a lot of examples of that in this show, instead of them being annoying as fuck and it being kind of normalized, especially in season 2 when we forget about Caleb being a menace to society in season 1. In general, Haylin is just shown to be open-minded and lovely, and in the show, especially in season 2, Haylin is called the weakest link in the group by, I think, Phobos in one of the fights, but it kind of is a recurring theme in terms of them fighting the evil guys and Haylin kind of getting the short end of the stick. And I am assuming that it is because she's so sweet that it's to a fault. However, I don't think that it actually hinders her ability to do anything, really. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense because Yen Lin is also the sweetest, but at the same time, she's the only one who could actually withstand Nerissa and not get corrupted by her. So it's kind of like a really shallow definition of who is weak and who isn't, but I think that the writers know that. I think it's mostly just the fact that they've spent a little bit too much time showing her kind of breaking down in season 2 over nothing, and I will get to it. So I call bullshit on the weakest link accusation. By the way, Matt called Haylin HL in this clip. Like, it's cute. I'm glad that they're all friends and stuff. No, instead of it being weirdly separated groups based on romantic partners and gender and stuff. But HL triggered the fuck out of me because of Hodgkin's lymphoma.
It would be a little deathy.
When he said that, I was like, Anyway, I do see that Haylin is really easily thrown off balance when she thinks that her grandma betrayed her, I guess, or like got corrupted by Nerissa. But I don't think it was thought through on the writer's part in terms of how and why she even believes that her grandma betrayed her. And even if she did believe that, it seems a little bit strange to assume that it's some kind of extreme flaw on her part, knowing how easily the rest of the previous guardians, like how quickly they got corrupted. I get her being upset, but knowing Haylin and knowing that the girls have seen the other guardians being in a trance, like they're not fully there, you know that they're under some kind of influence, they're not actually awake. It doesn't actually make a lot of sense that Haylin would internalize that and kind of think that her grandma would actually work with Nerissa when you can clearly see that everybody else, your grandma included, they're not there. mentally. And the same goes for Eric. Come on now. He's in some kind of trance when he comes up to her with her grandmother, and her grandmother was in like her young form, her young look. Him standing next to her and not even thinking that anything is wrong and whatever, like clearly Halen understands that he's under some kind of spell, some kind of influence, whatever the fuck. So it does not quite make sense why she would be that crushed by it. Instead of being worried for them, she's kind of actually offended by what they're doing, as if it's not Nerissa doing it. Do you know what I mean? However, even though I wish it was cleaned up a little bit, this little things about this interaction between these characters, I do think that it's nice that they explored Halen's character, because I do not think that we got that much prior to that. Halen was kind of overlooked quite a bit in terms of her character. She did get things like Yanlin, for example, being an ex-guardian, right? Or her being in Kandrakar afterwards, whatever. Like, she has a lot of connection to the main story. There's just an issue with how little her personal life or personal issues were addressed or explored. But I think that it was kind of an issue with season 1 in general. In the comics, it's kind of all over the place. Sometimes you get some little tidbits of characters and like what is actually going on inside of them. It is a little bit jumbled up and it's not consistent at all. Like, there's another episode where they actually explore her inner world, and it is in season 2 as well, where she is in a painting competition and she needs to paint something regarding hope. And we kind of see her actually try and find something positive or a way to look at life that's a little bit more aware, because I feel like Halen before season 2, the way that she's been written by the writers of season 1, she kind of had a very naive type of positivity where you don't actually know anything about life and you haven't encountered anything, which is totally fine. She is 13. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to say that that's not realistic or something, no, but she did have that naive positivity that wasn't really supported by conscious effort to be positive or hopeful or strong. Like, it wasn't something that she was deciding to do. It was just kind of default because there was nothing that was forcing her to act otherwise. Now, in this season, the way that this kind of gets explored, we get to see her actually battling with a lot of nightmares and doubts and having a lot of difficulty actually being surrounded by this amount of despair and, you know, this war situation and whatever. It's interesting to see her overcoming these things. Again, I wish that these little details that make it a little bit weird were cleaned up, but overall I'm really happy that she actually got something to work with, because before the character was flat as hell. I'm sorry, but it's true. Was she likable? Yes, very. But it's just not enough to make her feel like a full-fledged person or character, right? I really like Helen's family, mostly Yanlin, obviously, because we don't really get to spend a lot of time with her mom or her dad. Actually, there's a couple of things about her parents that we do get to see. For example, her dad taking care of her grandmother when her grandmother was dying. That's only in the comics, because in the show, Yanlin is on Earth with the girls and she is in her usual form, you know, human being, whatever, on Earth. But in the comics, she actually dies and she moves on to Kandrakar to become one of the wise men there. But Halen actually thinks that she's dead until they go to Kandrakar later on. So there's a whole section where we actually see her family dealing with her death and everything. And her dad was taking care of her grandmother in a really like sweet scenes. I really like that. And also with her mom, we get to see how different Halen's mom is to Tarani's mom. How when Tarani and Halen get in trouble with the police because of some bullies, Halen's mom is very different in terms of her approach. We will talk about that a little bit more when we talk about Tarani, because it pertains to her more than Halen. But Yanlin is that bitch. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. She is my favorite. I think that out of everyone in that show, she's my people. How do you even say that in English? Oh my god. She's my girl, basically, okay? Yanlin doesn't get to shine in the comics as much as in the TV show, in my opinion. Mostly because she, first of all, doesn't really participate in the action as much, because she's always in Kandrakar just dealing with Oracle and Tibor and Luba and all of them, right? So she doesn't really get to hang around the girls. In the TV shows, she's more like a guardian, more like a mentor to the girls. She is actually doing a lot of work that the Oracle should be doing. That bitch, that bold bitch, okay? He's just pissing me off. Anyway, in the comics, she just doesn't have like any humor to her. It's more just her being an ex-guardian, basically. She becomes an oracle in the future arcs. Spoilers. In the TV show though, okay, Yanlin is just like, she is my favorite character. That's it. Point blank, period. Okay, she is funny, she's witty. I genuinely enjoyed so many moments with this character that I'm gonna have to add a bunch of clips here just so you can get like a little bit of a sample, okay, of who she is.
Oracle, we are honored.
That's Tibor. Cute one's the Oracle.
Right.
You cannot hide from us any longer.
Maybe a little longer. Yenlin cannot stay invisible long. It will drain her life force. Nobody likes a know-it-all. Caleb, you are one major chunk.
It's hunk, Grandma.
Halinor warned us you'd try to poison our mind.
Halinor's under Nerissa's thrall, you ninny. To rejoin the old guardians. Old guardians are so over. My money's on the new ones. Yap, all night long. And I will give you back your youth. Youth overrated, and I'm still one hot old broad.
Her telling Nerissa that youth is overrated and that she is still one hot broad really made me giggle, honestly. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I would love to hang out with her. I would love to hang out with her. I'm just saying. Old ladies like Yanlin are the best to hang out with. Yes, there are some old ladies that are like really not nice people, because obviously, like fucking obviously. But so many old women are just so fun to hang out with. It's crazy. They have the craziest stories, so many of them, bitch. Really great advice, while also they're very accepting. If you find the right people, obviously, like chill older ladies, not those that never grew out of internalized misogyny. Do you know what I mean? Like, if she's overcame that at any point in her life, she's gonna be the best to hang out with when she's 70 years old. I'm just telling you. And also, you don't have to worry when they tell you crazy shit that happened to them in their lives, because they're sitting in front of you and they're fine. It's not like talking to your friends who are your age and they're doing the biggest mistakes of their lives and you're supposed to just sit there and like just pretend like you're not worried or something. Anyway, I would love to get margaritas with her, go to fucking Mallorca with her. Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway, she makes the show a lot more enjoyable. It's just really nice to have her around, and I think that making her witty and funny and keeping her around instead of sending her off to Kandrakar was definitely a great idea. Will is another character that I would say is more well defined in the TV show than in the comics. She definitely has more in common. Those two versions have more in common with each other than, for example, Cornelia. But I just think that within 2 seasons of the show, you get to know her better than within the 2 arcs in the comic book. I think that she's more consistent in the TV show, and especially in season 2. I think that season 2 in general, a really good season for the show that solidified the characters as more realistic and more defined, more interesting than the first season. Which is, I mean, to be expected from any good show. The further you get, the more you should be getting to know about the characters. But there are some interesting moments in the comics that we get to see where, for example, her bonding with her mom and being supported by her when she's feeling insecure is a pretty good topic to explore, especially for a comic book that's for kids of that age. She's such a messy character though in the comics, and by messy I mean just so much strange writing when it comes to being consistent, you know? And of course, it's in part due to the fact that she's supposed to be insanely insecure, at least based on her characterization, which is less of a writing flaw and more of a character flaw, which is totally fine. I just think that there's no clear progression for her getting less all over the place. I think this manifests more often than not in the form of jealousy when it comes to Matt. It's also a really big part of the second arc of the plot in the comic book, where she is struggling with the influence of the heart of Kandrakar. So in the comics, it's kind of insinuated that the heart has negative effects on the person who is the keeper of it, kind of like the ring in Lord of the Rings, or whatever the fuck Horcruxes. That cannot be the right word for it, but one of those crux things from Harry Potter, the one that like made Ron lose his shit or whatever. I do not remember the name of it, but you got it, you know what I mean. It's kind of like one of those objects that kind of gnaws at you. I feel like there is this implication that a keeper of the heart can be in danger of being corrupted. The corruption part actually comes into play in the show as well, but it is not really about the influence of the actual heart in terms of it being difficult to carry, as much as it's about you just getting used to having a lot of power and thinking that you deserve more and more and more. It's more about greed than it is about you generally being kind of gnawed at by that object. And obviously in the TV show, there are multiple hearts, so you could become more and more greedy in terms of collecting the hearts, you know, and collecting power. Whereas with the heart of Kendrickar in the comics, it's more about the fact that the heart of Kendrickar actually contains both good and bad energies. It's not a pure good energy type of talisman thing, okay? It has a lot of negative energy in it as well that could be misused. The reason why it's important to Will's character, though, both in the comic and in the TV show, is the fact that she needs to confront the fact that she's not incorruptible. And she does that through Nerissa. And Nerissa in general is a very important character to Will because of what she represents. Since both of them were keepers of the heart, it is kind of like a little nudge to Will to be like, just because you were chosen does not mean that you are actually good as a person. You might actually fuck this up. You might actually be not a guardian but an evil force, and you decide that it's not something that is given to you, right? This confrontation and this understanding that she needs to act in accordance to her morals, and the fact that those morals could potentially shift. There's no absolute, basically, and you can't really rely on anything the way that I feel like we were led to believe in the first season and first arc, where it kind of just feels like Kendrickar is a force for good and everyone else who is against it is the force of evil or whatever, right? And the guardians couldn't be corrupted. Nerissa is just basically just throwing a wrench at that idea and being like, no, you bitches could be bad. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but it's up to you, actually. And you were chosen not because you're good, but because the universe said so, or whatever the fuck. She could give into pride and entitlement in both iterations of the story. Now, in the comics, she lets the heart choose who to join when they have a battle, Nerissa and Will. This is how they kind of resolve the issue in terms of who's actually going to use the heart. Will decides to let the heart choose because the heart is the soul of the nymph Xinjing. In the show, she makes more of an active decision not to absorb the heart of Meridian, I believe, from Nerissa, which saves her from being enthralled by Nerissa. This is where Kadma, the previous guardian of Earth, she gets corrupted by Nerissa because she becomes so taken by the idea of having more hearts than one in her possession because she thinks that she's like entitled to it because she's that cool or whatever. And even though Will does make these types of decisions, like for example saying that she's not going to fight for the heart but let the heart decide or whatever, she's also so irrational in the comics to the point where it is frustrating, and not like in the way of, oh, I wouldn't act like this character or whatever, more like, why the fuck would anyone act like this type of frustrating. The fact that Nerissa even had the heart to begin with in the comics is all due to a very, very, very strange sequence of events and behaviors of Will. This part is a bit hard to understand, like it's very annoying. It's really hard to understand because of its sloppiness, honestly. My opinion, just in my opinion, it reminds me of Helen's reaction to Nerissa using Yanlin and Eric in that episode where Helen is very depressed, because Will in the comics does have a reason to be upset too. Like, there's basically a few things that happen before then. First, Matt sees Eric, Helen's boy, talking to the girls in the quad and like assumes for no reason that Eric is with Will, gets jealous and basically snubs Will, just ignores her entirely, causing her to think that she was waiting for him all summer for no reason, that he doesn't like her. Then the most significant thing, in my opinion, happens. Helen finds a letter from Kadma, and Kadma in the comics is not on a different planet with the heart of that planet or anything like that. Kadma is just on Earth and she's just doing her own thing. Helen finds that letter, she goes to Kadma with Will, and they realize when they find Kadma that a bunch of different people in Will's life that she grew up with, like her mentors, teachers, coaches, before she moved to Heatherfield, that all of them have been basically stalking her, watching her before she became a guardian. Why? No one fucking knows. Like, I guess to accommodate her and to make her, I don't know. It's kind of like implied that it's for her sake, for Will's sake, but it does not really make any sense, to be honest. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is quite disturbing, I get it. Honestly, this is the part where I'm like, okay, that's kind of fucked up a little. So it makes sense that she would be shaken up. Then the Oracle and Tibor, when they're talking in Kandrakar while they're observing everything, whatever, they say that Will is quite depressed. That makes sense. Now, Will sees Haylin come to the store with news for Will. And Haylin got a ride, just like a bike ride, from Matt to get to Will quicker. So now Will thinks that Haylin and Matt are flirting and like a thing or something. Why? Just why? Like, it felt like such cheap drama, you know? There's literally no reason for her to be thinking that, especially since Haylin literally called her right before telling her that she's going to come to the store where Will is to give her whatever she needed to give her. Like, they wouldn't... I don't know. Girl, it's so fucking stupid anyway. She is also hearing things because of Nerissa's, one of her minions, consistently whispering shit around her, just like bad thoughts, kind of implying different types of things, putting little seeds of doubt in her mind. I don't know, girl, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And also, why have such young kids be guardians, or why have such fragile people be keepers of the heart if they're going to be doomed to fail because of something this stupid? Like, how is she the chosen one, but then stupid shit like that is knocking her out? It just doesn't make sense, because Haylin is literally the least interested person in boys to begin with, and second of all, she just started seeing Eric and constantly gushes about him. So it doesn't make any sense at all. Fine, let's assume that it's not bad writing, okay? And I'm being a little bit too harsh on Will here, okay? Let's assume that. The biggest plot point regarding this whole situation and regarding this progression of Will's story is Miss Rudolph's going away party. Their teacher gets possessed by Shagon, one of Nerissa's minions, and she basically tells Will that the girls have been possessed by dark powers or whatever, and Will is so hasty to believe her. The most weird thing is that she's so hasty to attack them. Even though this is an annoying part, it's at least still more or less believable in my opinion, because she just couldn't have known that all these people transformed or Shagon, right? Like, okay, that's totally fine. And to be fair, the heart is physically weighing on her. Like, we actually get this said to us directly that she feels how hot and heavy it is. But then she said that she knows what to do, runs out into the quad, bumps into Matt, okay? And what does she do? Audience, anybody? What does she do? For some reason, she tells him everything about Kandrakar. Instead of being like, oh, I'm fighting with my friends, and like just complaining kind of vaguely to him or something, she just spills it all, and nothing about like what's actually bothering her and things that bother her in regards to him. She just spills everything in theory, like the theoretical part of the existence of other planes, planets, magic, her guardian ship, just everything. She literally pulls the crystal out, glowing and shit. I literally cannot really get why it would be a thing that she would just randomly, suddenly do. And of course, it turns out that it's not actually Matt, and it's Nerissa that is talking to her. So with some deception, Nerissa is able to get the heart of Kandrakar from Will and get out of there. I don't think it's a bad idea to show Will's stress. I actually think that it's a good idea, especially, the stress of being a custodian of something as powerful as this. But stupid shit like her thinking that Haylin is flirting with Matt, it's just really not it, honestly. This thing with constant overvaluing and overestimating relationships with boys to a ridiculous degree is actually so silly that I genuinely don't know why anyone decided to write that. When they're battling Nerissa, she submerges them into a bunch of negative energy that oozes out of the heart of Kandrakar when she cracks it. All of them wake up back home in their beds and whatever, and they're like, okay, what the fuck, right? And one by one, all of them forget that they were just in Kandrakar battling Nerissa. And what do you think triggers their sudden amnesia? Oh yeah, their crushes or boyfriends. Girl, I mean, I've had my fair share of teenage crushes, okay? Not a single one of them would be important enough for any of this to like make sense. If I were to imagine myself, you know, being in their shoes. First, Haylin forgets because she sees Eric. Then Irma and Turani are entirely out of it too because of their respective love interests, I guess. Then Will. The only one who doesn't forget everything is Cornelia, and it's because Caleb is not on Earth. So forgetting Kandrakar would mean forgetting him. Cornelia goes to Kadma and they conclude that Kandrakar must have disappeared because how else are they not able to use magic, and why the hell would all of this be happening, right? And then Cornelia tells the group about her findings or what she thinks has happened, and all of them don't even know what she's talking about. So they completely forgot everything. And then Cornelia wakes up in Kandrakar. She manages to push through because of Caleb, because she remembers him, and she wakes everyone, right? Technically, it could have been cool, I guess, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense, especially with how little Cornelia and Caleb know each other, and the fact that they break up immediately after the fight with Nerissa. Like, I'm not even joking. They literally break up immediately, just right after. Still dressed in the same clothes, battle clothing and everything. What is up with media and making it look like barely their romantic relationships are some kind of life anchors? Like, who came up with that? It's just not convincing. I'm sorry. Is it a little fun to have a crush here and there? Yeah, sure. A life anchor like that you can pull yourself out of some kind of magical manifestation of evil that oozed out of a broken heart of Kandrakar or whatever. That's just nonsense. Come on. It just doesn't hit. At least make them closer. Write them as very good friends that know each other too. Not just dream-whipped weirdos, you know what I mean? Anyway, Will trusting Matt and losing the heart that way is just like not working for me at all. Just the writing quality really is lacking here in my opinion. Also, Will's jealousy in the comics goes way too far. So many times it's kind of crazy. And it's like she's not really learning her lesson. She has this crazy, unreasonable jealousy that is just irrational and annoying, and it keeps on repeating itself. It would be fine if it was a plot line and then she learns something from it and she moves on, or maybe her competitiveness and or jealousy or envy manifests in a different type of way later on, and she kind of just always has to deal with it in different types of ways. But when she just keeps on making the same mistake or have the same issues over and over and over again, it's just not compelling at all. I feel like most of the scenes, most of the storylines that show Will on her own, like for example working at Matt's grandfather's pet store, they always feature or involve something jealousy related. All the time. It's not the end of the earth, sure. But I really wish that other aspects of her character were written out a bit more in the comics, you know? In both versions, she's new to the group, new to the town, to the city, I guess, which is a very tough position to be in if you're supposed to bond the group together, right? While being the least acquainted with all of them. Literally being the custodian of the heart, the energy that binds them all, while you literally don't know them that well or as well as they know each other, right? So it's kind of a very peculiar place to be in. I think that's a very interesting approach though. I think that it's interesting that they wrote Will that way, but Will in the show seems a little bit more of a well-balanced character to me. She is still jealous and she can be petty and competitive to her detriment, but all of those qualities are balanced out with her ability to compromise and question herself, having some self-awareness and work with the Guardians or with people in general, being a bit stubborn but also being reliable, you know, this kind of stuff. An example of her being competitive and kind of jealous would be the time she makes Haylin help her ski down a hill to win a race against a girl that was hitting on Matt.
We have to have a little race. Winner sits with Matt on the bus ride back.
Fine by me.
Girls.
Stay out of this!
This is the most Will thing to do, honey. The most Will thing you could do is get pissed at a girl who's hitting on a guy who is not your boyfriend to the point where you literally challenge her to a race right in front of him, with the prize being riding back home on the bus sitting next to him. Girl, I'm gonna tell you what, I'd much rather be eaten by Cedric, okay, than compete in skiing against someone just to be able to ride on a bus back home with a guy. Especially since that bed was literally established in front of him. I would rather shoot myself, bitch. Genuinely, I would take myself the fuck out. I would marinate myself to make myself more delicious for Cedric's consumption than I would ever do something like this. Okay? Yeah, it's another day again. By the way, you see how cute this froggy is? Yeah. Speaking of Matt, he is not really interesting in the comics, at least not in the first 2 arcs. Couldn't give less of a fuck about him in the comics, to be honest with you. But in the TV show, he's low-key great. He's in a band, he writes Will songs, he surprisingly takes the whole Kandrakar magic guardians thing really well, which might not be like super realistic, but also I like that they did not make it into an annoying ass circus out of that whole situation, you know, that we usually get. He gets a lot more interesting in season 2 because he gets a pretty good storyline that's engaging. In the comics, Shagon and in the comics, Shagon and Kor, 2 of Nerissa's henchmen, are created out of a random hiker and a dog that were just like nearby the place in the mountains where Nerissa was. In the series, they decided to actually turn Matt and Mr. Huggles, the little dormouse that Matt gifted Will, into these 2 characters, into these henchmen. This decision led to a lot of high stakes moments in like the entirety of season 2 until obviously Matt is returned. The best parts of this whole situation is first, Matt gains powers through this whole ordeal, and when he's freed from Nerissa, he can be really useful in battle now. And we also get a lot of great moments between Will and Shagon. One of my faves is when Shagon shows up as Matt at his granddad's pet store and runs into Will for the first time after being turned. That whole scene, it had such an impact on me as a kid. And honestly, it's pretty good still, like now too. Especially the fact that Mr. Olsen has worms now.
I have worms.
Shagon pretending to be mad is so psychologically destabilizing in a more interesting and thought out way than anything we got with Haylin and her struggling in season 2. The rivalry is so great. Him just like hovering around wherever the girls are when they're just going about their business on Earth and are not really doing guardian duties always gave this sense of urgency.
I'm so bad I hate myself.
But most of all, Matt's funny this season, okay? He is very funny as Shagon, but surprisingly, he's still funny when he comes back and it's Matt again, which I appreciate personally. A lot of my favorite jokes that season came from Matt.
Not pointless if you blow your cover, Shake-Off.
Nerissa didn't do any of this. Lillian did. The castle, the fairy protectors.
What's with your boy?
He's getting in touch with his inner jerk?
Episode 21, for example, is a delight. Mostly due to the fact that there are so many funny characters in the same room together. Matt, Phobos, Irma, Napoleon, all together and being literal jesters. Also, Napoleon is basically Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Why would Nerissa come after you?
Halloween toot. Well, meow to you too, gorgeous.
Everyone who agrees, meow 3 times.
Meow, meow, meow.
Mr. Huggles doesn't like it either.
Well, your rat can just get over it. Smooth, doll. Real smooth.
Hey, dogs guard, cats watch, and judge.
Tarani, our resident nerd. She is. It's really cute though. At the start of the story, Tarani is also new to Heatherfield. Well, in the comics. In the show, she's been in Heatherfield for about a year now, so she knows the girls more than Will does. In my opinion, being new to Heatherfield bonded Will and Tarani pretty well, made them quite close right out of the gate. It's not as noticeable in the TV series, but I feel like it is quite obvious in the comics. Tarani is great at academics, but she has a really hard time getting along with her mom. In both source materials, she had a really hard time getting her mom to warm up to her boy, Nigel, who was oftentimes in trouble with the principal or other types of authority figures due to his involvement in Uriah's group. Uriah is like this bully, whatever. And because of her difficult relationship with her mom, she tries to rebel, or she rebels. You know, it's kind of very different in the show to compare to the comics. I would say that in the comics, it's a lot more serious and a lot more heavy. In the TV show, Tarani is out with Nigel and she tries to stop a robbery at this restaurant, and they get brought into the police station. And when her mom comes to pick her up, she just assumes that Tarani and Nigel are the ones who try to rob the place.
Bullshit.
Tarani understandably gets like really pissed about that, of course, for assuming something like this, as if she doesn't know her own daughter. Assuming that Tarani, out of all people, Tarani would do something like this is honestly outrageous. After that, they quickly hash it out in the series, and this conflict doesn't really linger or feel heavy in any shape or form. In the comics, though, she gets literally slapped by her mom and in front of everyone else at the police station too. Yeah, all because her, Haylin, and their boyfriends got attacked by Uriah and his guys. It's honestly super unfair how her mom acted. It's not like Tarani really gave her any reasons to doubt her ever. So I'm not surprised that Tarani decides to stop handing in her homework and filling in answers at exams, even though she knows the answers. I'm sure if you've been a good kid, this type of injustice made you act out in a similar way, or maybe if you were too scared to do that, or you didn't want to ruin your progress in school because of your tiff with your parents or whatever, you at least thought about it, you know? Because like, you don't know what the other kids are doing, mom. Like, all of them. I am actually a really good kid. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I remember that always made me angry. Genuinely, if you compare Tarani to all the other kids who just do whatever, like even to Uriah, for example, right? It's just crazy to get mad at her or assume things like that about her. It makes sense that she was offended, genuinely. We actually wrap up the arc, the second arc, with her going into the rebel mode. The rebelling is less about her mom and more about her not feeling like she's being noticed or because of being so goody two-shoes and studious. It gets kicked off in season 2, where we get an exploration of her trying to understand who she is as a person outside of being a guardian. At first, after the Meridian conflict is resolved and the girls don't really have to be doing the guardian duties anymore, she's kind of bummed out because being a guardian is something that made her feel more secure. It got her recognized for her accomplishments, and I think it made her feel seen in a really good light, right? But at the end of the episode, we get to see her supported and reassured by the other girls, telling her that with or without magic, she's not anonymous to them. She's already special without the whole firebending situation, right? Doesn't need the tension to stand out, because that would actually be acting out of character and not acting like herself. One of the plot lines that's also a lot more intense in the comics than in the show is the plot line with Frost. Frost is one of the henchmen from season 1 who comes back to get his revenge. Frost literally stalks her, like, I'm not even kidding, in a form of a regular man. Like, he transforms himself, even leaving a graffiti that said, I know your secret, under her window. And the worst part, okay, this is the worst part that's only in the comics, he took Polaroid pictures of her while she slept and left it like around her house. That's fucked, honestly. Like, that's one of those plot lines from a fucking horror movie. Come on now. So creepy. In the show, he also acts creepy, especially when he's in the form of like a random man. At least there's no like Polaroid pictures and breaking and entering involved. You know what I mean? I did think that it was weird in the show that the girls kind of didn't really react in a way that I would expect them to when Tarani tells them about being followed, because they like don't take her concern seriously enough, which I think it is obviously due to them being overly confident now because of them having powers and feeling quite capable because of defeating Phobos and stuff like that. But at the same time, girls usually don't dismiss stuff like this, because especially creepy behavior is a lot more dangerous than outwardly aggressive behavior. In the case of active aggression, you know what to do, and you also are more likely to get help rather than when someone is being sneaky, creepy, stalkery, right? So I thought it was a little bit unrealistic considering that these girls care for each other. Anyway, Tarani is the brain powerhouse of the group, and it's honestly so nice to have a character that is so quick on her feet. You know what I mean? Because you never have to wait for like 100 years for things to get clear or for them to get the clue. She somehow manages to know more about being guardians than the Oracle. I mean, well, she lets the girls know about the stuff that she knows to compare to the Oracle, which is, again, as I'm going to mention multiple times, Oracle is a little bitch. Like, he genuinely doesn't do anything to protect them, to help them. He doesn't do anything to guide them. He only gets pissed at them, especially in the comics. He literally gets pissed at them for breaking the rules of guardianship. There's no rules. There's no book with the rules, bitch. Like, I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say this, but he's so annoying. Genuinely, you're so ancient. Like, he's supposed to be hundreds of years old, and you're literally not getting how this 12-year-olds like need at least a guidebook to understand what kind of rules you even have here so they don't break them. Anyway, it's so stupid. She makes a whole PowerPoint on quintessence, by the way, which is kind of a little bit funny because technically she shouldn't be able to find this information on Earth, right? Because it's not something that is Earth canon. At least people on Earth don't know anything about this. I think it's kind of interesting that she could do that. She just finds it no problem. It's like so Twilight core, you know what I mean? Cold one. Also, I find it interesting that she's afraid of fire, even though she's a fire guardian. And I think that's actually really good that she's afraid of fire, that she's cautious when it comes to it, because fire guardians are canonically the most powerful guardians out of the group. That's based on what Cedric says in the comic book. It seems like a good idea to have the most powerful element wielded by someone who actually understands its power to destroy, you know? Tarani has the biggest development in terms of being a guardian and being competent. She goes from being extremely afraid of even having a little bit of a flame anywhere around her to being very confident and knowing what she's doing. She gets so much more confident in being a guardian in like within one season that she literally hangs back at the concert hall when Nerissa attacks it and everyone gets evacuated because she makes it look like the place was hit by like a rogue lightning or something. She literally stayed back to take her on one-on-one, and I just, not a smart decision in my opinion, because even if they would have been matched in power, which they are not at that point, Nerissa is still a lot more experienced, right? I don't know why she would do that, but I guess that's what I'm just saying, that she kind of grew in her confidence quite a bit. Also, this is not mentioned in the series, I believe, but Tarani is adopted. But honestly, it's like just not that big of a plot point in general. She is just adopted. Another thing I want to mention is her relationship with Peter. Peter is Tarani's older brother, and he's honestly such a chill older brother. It's crazy. My older brother was not chill at all while we were growing up. We fought like crazy. We still do if we're in the same vicinity for a long time. For more than one day, we start fighting. Peter in general is really sweet, not only to Tarani, but to everyone you see him interact with. In the comics, you see him definitely trying to shield Tarani from their mother's wrath. Whenever he mentions something that their mother is misinterpreting, or he realizes that it's something that Tarani wouldn't want her mom to know, you can see his reaction like, oh, I shouldn't have said that and stuff like that, right? But he's really genuine about it. He definitely tries to protect Tarani from this overzealous, overbearing presence that her mother has in her life in terms of, you know, just being very controlling. She's not that controlling in the TV show. She's more chill, but still. Genuinely, no wonder Cornelia has a crush on him. Like, that's fucking obviously, like at least one of them would have a crush on him. That's just how it works. Anyway, Tarani is a sweetheart. I really like her close friendship with Will and also with Haylin. I would say that it's more underlined in the comics as well. Her portrayal in the show and in the comics is the reason why I did not enjoy the new Tarani in the remake. I believe that this reboot was only for one volume or some shit like that. Like it's not a permanent relaunch of anything, because what I saw in regards of that relaunch, they made her really standoffish, unfriendly, and low-key mean even, which is like, Tarani Cook, really I just don't get what the point is of taking an existing IP if you're not going to try and at least take the essence of the character and transpose it into the new iteration of the story, right? Like, you can improve the characters, for example, or make them a little bit deeper for the sake of getting an older audience into it, for example, or for any other reason, you know, but keep the essence. Like, you have to be able to strip the character down off of all the history that unfolded in the previous iteration of the story and see them for their core, for what they should still be, whether you place them in a different universe or a different timeline or whatever it is. Like, you have to be able to do that to create things like this, right? So I was really disappointed in that because it just doesn't make any sense, because this is literally the opposite of everything Tarani is. Have you even read the comics? Have you even opened the fucking wiki page? Like, at this point, this is my benchmark. It's just, did you at least open the wiki page? Since Fate the Wing Saga and the actor is not even doing that, I was kind of just, at this point, I'm just asking for a wiki page. I'm not even asking you to actually go and familiarize yourself properly with the IP. At least do that. At least open a wiki page. I'm begging you. Anyway, Irma, one of my faves, especially in the show. Actually, only in the show. In the comic book, she's not my favorite at all. She is so damn funny. I'll even add like a little compilation here of like random comments that she makes, because it is honestly like one of the most entertaining parts of the show.
Oh, can I hurt her? Please ignore him. Yeah, evolution did. Okay, chilling with the villain. Anyone else weirded out by this?
Lord Cedric.
Lord, they got pretty low standards for knighthood over there. No offense, but this just ain't normal.
Why is it always dark here?
Different time zones. Evil's 5 hours ahead of us.
We just want to get it away from Nerissa.
Is that the royal we? Kandrakar exists? I thought it was just a magical brand name.
Cadma, right?
Queen Cadma to you, miscreant.
Miscreant to you, Queen Babe.
Wait until you see the aura mares.
Aura what?
I don't feel any pain.
Oh, really? Here's some.
You are now the guardians of the infinite dimensions.
Does that come with a raise?
If we're gonna compare the two, the TV show Irma is not really that boy crazy, really, like the comic book version Irma. She has a lot more of her own one-liners or jokes. What I mean by that is that Irma in the comic is only funny because of banter and their like exchange, and because of the disses that she dishes out to the other guardians. In the show, she's continuously making jokes. Why is my hat completely diagonal? It just keeps on doing it. She doesn't have to be provoked by someone else's jab, and it comes off more like a personality type or like a coping mechanism, having to make light of things all the time, making fun of things to alleviate the pressure or the tension. Comic book Irma constantly gets into issues like transforming herself to look older in order to attract a guy from an older grade, and then transforming the guy that she went out with accidentally into a frog, or being unable to turn back to her usual self. I don't think TV show Irma would do that on purpose, specifically in order to attract a guy. The writers of season 2 try to take inspo from that whole situation of her attracting a guy because she looks older when transformed, but they change it to fit with her personality in the TV show. They basically include her attracting her crush, who is like, I believe he's in an older grade, because he sees her in her guardian form during Halloween, where she's kind of pretending like this is a costume, and his name is Andrew Hornby. But it's an accident, because she went out to chaperone her, or not chaperone, is that chaperoning? Is that what this is? I don't know. But she went out with her brother, her little brother, and Lillian, Cornelia's little sister, to go trick-or-treating. So it wasn't planned.
Blair? Is that you?
Andrew Hornby?
I think there were rumors that Irma was supposed to be more of a queer character in the TV show, especially in season 2. That's the rumor, that the writers of season 2 were thinking about that. But obviously this is a Disney production, and you know how it is. So she gets like really random love interests here and there, like Martin, for example, who is a character in the comics as well. Calling him a romantic interest is a little bit too far, but let's speak about him actually. In my opinion, a character like Martin is oftentimes a very annoying character to me. Yes, he's technically nice, but oftentimes these nice guys are written to actually be terrible people who you're for some reason supposed to root for. They're oftentimes presented as good or nice because of them physically embodying a stereotype of an ugly nerd, which is supposed to, for some reason, magically imply that he has a good personality. Thankfully, neither the show nor the comic make Irma actually fall for him, which is one of the only times that fucking happens in the media. She like goes out with him because of some kind of circumstance, and she has awkward encounters with him, even becomes friends with him, but thankfully, there's no Penny from the Big Bang Theory situation going on here. I like Martin in the show, by the way. He is nerdy, has a very grating voice too, and is a little bit over the top with Irma, maybe not even a little bit, but he actually seems kind. The comic book counterpart, on the other hand, he's not mean to Irma, but not being mean to someone you're attracted to is not a measure of a good or a kind person. He's like mean to this girl who is basically a female version of him. In the comics, there is a moment where Martin is trying to hide behind Cornelia, saying, and I quote, "You've got to hide. It's coming. It. And when Cornelia asks him what the fuck is even talking about, he says, "That thing over there." That's him talking about a girl that likes him, by the way. "Martin, please give me a chance and go out with me." Martin. Stories really love to force a pretty girl to give chances to mean bitches like Martin just because he's nice to the girl he's into. As if it's not a thing that even the most horrid people do, because they want something from that person. Ugh. In the show, Martin is a lot better. He's just like nerdy basically, which is totally fine and cute and whatever. Like, it's a normal person, you know? Him and Irma develop a pretty good friendship that gets tested in Alice for a Loser. That's an episode in season 2 where Irma says a bunch of things about him over the school radio by accident after he insinuates once again that they're a couple by singing a very embarrassing love type of song on that radio to her. He definitely went too far, and she did not mean for the things that she said to be aired, you know, which has caused a lot more damage than it should have. However, it's still quite humiliating for him, so she really, you know, she also went too far.
Is making it up to Martin.
She could have just ignored the song, to be honest. Like, what are you gonna do if some guys are like this? But I also get why she got pissed, because I'm sorry, you guys, but if someone is going overboard for 2 years in a row, ignoring all of your clear communication of boundaries, you might lose it too. Not to defend the words though, because they were harsh, but whatever, they make up. And thankfully, the show doesn't push them into this whole out of guilt type of relationship. Speaking of relationships, I'm really glad that they de-aged Irma's dad in the TV series. In the comics, he's looking about 55 to 60 years old, while his wife looks only like 10 years older than Irma. Also, in the comics, Irma is not related to Anna, her stepmom, but they look way too similar. Just look at this.
Oh, that's grotesque. Don't stare.
That's crazy. Like, her dad is very suspicious to me in the comics. I don't like that at all. Like, not even a little bit. So thank God they changed all of this in the TV show. Her dad is a lot younger, and Anna is not a stepmom, but her mom, which removes the weird Freudian undertones immediately. Great. And another note on the relationships. At the end of season 2, closing sequence in the last episode has all of the girls walking on the beach with their boyfriends all in a row, and Irma's just excluded from the beach victory lap. You gotta have a boyfriend to hang with the crew, I guess. Anyway, love Irma. Okay, let me complain about Caleb real quick. Specifically, Caleb in the TV show, because we already talked about him in the Cornelia section when it comes to his comic book version. His character got expanded so much in season 1 to accommodate boys, to attract a male audience, I guess. Listen, the problem is not even that he got so much screen time as much as, well, it is a problem, but it's not the problem. The problem is that Caleb is so sexist that it's not even like funny. I'm so glad they adjusted the character in season 2, because I could not bear his bullshit before. So many episodes in season 1 give Caleb the same amount of screen time as all of the Guardians combined together. That just genuinely makes no sense. The worst part is him literally saying sexist shit. The writing consistently trying to make him look like a reasonable, logical person, and the girls being crazy and just doing shit just because they feel like it. There's a point where Irma literally says, if anyone tells Caleb about this thing that they did, she is out of the group.
If anyone tells Caleb he was right about this, she is out of the group.
And she is so real for that, actually. Here is a compilation of Caleb being a sexist prick, okay? Because I have jotted down every single moment he did that in the series, which would be too much even if he did it once, but he didn't do it once.
Tell the men to stay strong and the women not to worry. I thought all Earthlings were strange, but I'm beginning to think it's just the females.
Don't you have like some kind of stone escalator?
Girls, I'm a rebel leader. I don't have time to ask a bunch of girls for permission. I just saw Cornelia. She's hiding out listening to girl music. Typical girl. Late.
Excuse me, we're here.
Well, she must have hidden it in some fit of girly paranoia.
Oh, big words from Mr. Hide a Dagger in my belt.
Still got us.
Yeah, me too. As long as you don't want to talk about makeup or, girly stuff. That's gonna be real easy with 5 girls tagging along.
Anyway, let me lift the mood by making a little joke about Caleb being an emotional support floaty for the girls. They really loved animating girls just like holding on to Caleb in times of peril. Also, another character that is specifically TV show character and doesn't even exist in the comics is Blanc. There is a reason why he is only in the TV show, and it's because they needed like a comic relief type of character, a little sidekick type of character, a little creature type of character, which you usually don't really need them that much in the comics because the pace is a little bit different, obviously. I would say that Blanc is okay. I used to really dislike him when I was a kid. Now I kind of just feel neutral about him, but I think that in season 2 he's a lot better. He is a lot easier to watch, and I think it's also because in season 1 they were pushing him a lot in order to have him around Caleb, and I was already really bored watching just like Caleb running around doing things, let alone with Blanc, and also there was like a moment in season 2 I believe where Blanc is kind of constantly trying to eat Will's pet, Mr. Huggles, and it's just like you have to stop somewhere in a sense of writing negative traits for character. Like, he's already so smelly, it's impossible to be in the room with him. He's also a little green goblin, right? Like, not cute at all. He's already pissed off the characters multiple times because he like stole the key that they needed, or he did something, like ate something that he wasn't supposed to, yada yada yada, right? You can't add, oh, he eats cute animals, cute little pets on top of that. That's some Miranda type of shit that you should keep over there on the dark side, on the evil side, okay? It's just like too much, too far in terms of like making him unlikable. Obviously, there's a lot of things that they did to make him likable too, but I'm just telling you, kids are not gonna be chill about this. Like, if this character who's already annoying most of the time is also someone who would eat your kitten, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just a ridiculous amount of bullshit to deal with. Villains. Season 1. Phobos and Cedric. So the main villains of season 1, mostly Phobos, and Cedric is like his main henchman. In the comics, you don't even get to see Phobos much until later because he is always hiding somewhere in his palace with his whisperers. In the TV show, he does spend a lot of time in his palace, but his appearance is a lot less secretive than in the comics. Both versions of Phobos have very, very weak motivations for what they're doing, but that is to be expected, to be honest. Not to give writers too much of a break, I do think that with villains it's hard to write them to not go too far into the redemption territory by giving them so much understanding or so many reasons for what they're doing to the point where anyone can start to think that they might have a point or something, right? You can do that for adult entertainment, I guess, because media literacy is a little bit more advanced in adult, and I'm saying only a little bit more advanced because it's sad nowadays. I genuinely don't understand why people don't get the most basic shit, but this is what we're dealing with right now. But regardless, Phobos in season 1 and in the first arc of the story in the comics is basically just a royal tyrant that is sucking up all the energy and all the resources from the entirety of the planet, just taking all the life and using it to fuel his own power. because he, unlike Elion, is not naturally powerful and requires all that energy to just match up. He's basically like an equivalent of our billionaires. He is a Bezos type, Kardashian type, a Musk, if we may. All of those bastards who I am not going to learn the names of because they honestly should be gone. Phobos in season 1 is just like not that interesting. He doesn't do a lot. So we get to see more of Cedric. Cedric is the master of being creepy. He looks like he's at least 25. It's the same with Phobos, by the way. But timeline-wise, it makes no sense, since later Yanlin says that she fought Phobos when she was a young guardian. But overall, that timeline doesn't make a lot of sense, so you'll learn about that in the world building section. In both comics and the TV show, Cedric is giving off really creepy vibes. In the comics, I think it's worse because of the implication that him and Elian are like actually flirting and there's something going on, if you know what I mean. Like here, where he literally caresses her face with his tail. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? In the TV show, his creepiness does come through, and it comes through his persona on Earth as a bookstore keeper. Like, for example, he leans over Elion in this anime-esque hand on the wall type of shit. Can we fix it? Baby, can we fix it or fix it? He says weird shit to Elion and has a relationship with her that should have looked suspicious to honestly any adult around.
I could certainly use someone like you to help me part-time.
Really?
I'm so pleased you feel that way.
Elian being manipulated is a lot more gradual and has a lot more sense in the show. In the comics, she seemingly believes Cedric honestly out of nowhere. And not only that, but she becomes quite violent towards her own friends at the drop of a hat. In the series, you can see her becoming more isolated from the group because she's not a guardian and she doesn't know the secret, but also because she doesn't know anything about Meridian yet either. She develops this insecurities about her close relationships with Cornelia as a friend, with her family, because the family suspiciously didn't have any living relatives, which is because they are from the Meridian. They don't have any other relatives on Earth. And it does make sense that her insecurity as a 13-year-old girl about her friendships would make her feel isolated. It is a very common experience for anyone who's in middle school. There's a lot of friend shuffling going on and a lot of really big and deep grudges that are made during that time because everything is so heightened and all the friendships and relationships and whatever are all very new to you as a human being. It made sense that she would feel isolated as soon as Cornelia just forgets to show up somewhere or she just disappears from the store and leaves her there alone. Not only does it make more sense narratively speaking, they also added the magic aspect as well by showing that Phobos and Cedric are casting a spell on Elion, stealing her breath, her mind or whatever by like taking her test results or something like that, yada yada yada, in a creepy way as well, to make her trust them and also be more suggestible overall. I think that definitely makes it make more sense. It makes it more believable. It makes more sense that she would turn on her own parents. Yeah, they lied, but come on now. She knew them her entire life, right? It's a little weird later when she's at the castle already and believes the evil goons. Why doesn't she want to talk to Cornelia at all? Like, not even just out of curiosity, you know? If it's because of the spell that's still being a thing and influences her, why did she start thinking that maybe there's more to the situation because of a rebel bowing to her? Do you know what I mean? How did that one thing work but not the other? Also, having a 12-year-old leading a whole planet is absolutely bonkers. A 12-year-old that wasn't even raised there, so she doesn't even know the basics of what Meridian life is like. Also, she seems to have weird types of powers that inadvertently make her into low-key a tyrant. in some instances, like for example in episode 22, when she talks to Caleb's rebel friends and she accidentally hypnotizes them without even noticing to believe and agree with her. That whole situation leads to Caleb and his friend competing for the leadership position, and honestly, it will never stop being funny when young teens fight for leading rebellions and such in these stories. You know what I mean? It's always silly. In episode 23, when Caleb is missing, everyone asks his dad that was just rescued from being in prison, right? They're asking him, Julian, you're Caleb's father. What would Caleb do? And it's like, I thought Caleb became a leader because Julian was imprisoned, not because Julian looked at his 12-year-old son and went, you should be the leader of the rebellion, or 10-year-old son or whatever, because the rebellion has been built for years. Like, it's not a thing that just happened, and Caleb is 15. You want to tell me you let a preteen run your rebellion? Oy, ay. That's not, you shouldn't do that. Anyway, a few more notes about Elian. Cornelia constantly screaming about Elian being in danger when Elian is literally the safest person in the Meridian until the coronation. And she knows that until the coronation, nothing's gonna happen to her. And they never mention that. In terms of just realizing that if you have so much empathy for your princess babe, you should have more for everyone else, because they're the ones starving and consistently being killed and whatever, right? Also, it's funny that what tips Elian off that Phobos and Cedric are evil is finding a bunch of Lorvuks and other beings working in the castle and basically just like screaming in fear because they're ugly, I guess. Miss Girl said, they ugly? They evil. Like, damn, okay. Okay. Season 2. Okay, so let's cover Nerissa. This is a big one. There's a lot to say about this girlie. First and foremost, she's more interesting in the TV series. In the comics, she's not even 30% of cunning, manipulative, evil overlord she is in the series. Let me tell you about the differences real quick before we jump into analyzing the TV series characters version that allows us something to sink our teeth into. So comic book Nerissa just got corrupted by the heart's power, basically. And I would say that the most sneaky or cunning thing she's done was glamoring as Matt and getting the heart that way. Also, the whole whispering to Will through Shagon up until that point where she gets the heart. Also, there is this whole thing with her entering their dreams, but this is the same thing as she does in the TV show as well. So this is great actually that they pulled that from the comics. They pulled a lot from the comics and actually adapted a lot of the graphic novels ideas in a really good way. Like they genuinely took a lot from the original, so you would be pretty happy about how the TV show turned out if you were a fan at the time, because even though things are changed, there's still so many things that are actually pulled from the original that it never feels like it's not in good faith. Like the changes are always made in good faith. They're always made to just make the product better rather than random changes that are coming from being kind of disrespectful towards the original IP, you know what I mean? Anyway, in the TV show she does much more. Nerissa is a great villain, to be honest. She gave this new level of personal connection to the girls in a way that makes her a lot more difficult to beat. At the start, instead of transforming people or things around her into minions like she does later on, or like she does in the beginning of the comic, the second arc, she goes after a bunch of villains from season 1 because she's not powerful enough yet to create this whole massive powerful creatures to fight for her, so she needs to find somebody else to do so, and she finds a bunch of people who already have grudges against the Guardians because they have been defeated or humiliated by them in one way or another. This is such a good idea on the writer's part. Honestly, A+. Good job, you guys, honestly. When I saw that, I was like, wow, I did not even remember that this was what happened at first in the season. This is such a great way to have the villain build her strength while at the same time still having somebody fighting the girls already. To me, it seems like they looked back at season 1 and thought, how can we use something or someone who already had a relationship with these characters to make the stakes higher and give these minions something to actually fight for? Revenge. Great idea. Especially since they did not get to shine in the first season at all. They were kind of just more monster of the week type of people rather than full-fledged characters that could have their own motivation to attack the Guardians. Mostly due to Cedric taking that place and actually being more fleshed out than any one of them. The recruitment sequence gave us this great exchange between Phobos and Miranda.
Please, Miranda. Everyone knows you're a shapeshifter. You're only embarrassing yourself.
Miranda, I demand you release me.
Oh, Master, I would try, but I might embarrass myself.
I fucking love that. We also get to see Nerissa infiltrating the daily lives of Guardians by literally invading their dreams and making it impossible for them to sleep because the dreams feel so real, and honestly they are. Like if the Guardians die in a dream, they die in real life. That kind of deal is what's going on.
Just a dream.
This is a plotline from the comics, as I've said, and I love that approach because it makes Nerissa stand out a lot. Gives an opportunity for a great battle scene.
Now this I like. Amelia, what are you waiting for?
Applause.
At the end of the episode, Cedric eating Matt in that one dream. Oh, it was gnarly. Gnarly, okay?
Cedric!
Gnarly, I tell you. Anyway, Nerissa loves tricks and games. And her favorite thing is glamoring, which is presenting herself as somebody else. This actually creates a bunch of shocking plot twists. Like, for example, a character we saw a couple of times in season 1, Trill, being Nerissa the entire time. Literally for years, Nerissa pretended to be someone who doesn't even exist. That's how committed she is. Through this whole ruse, she gets Elian's trust and gets her to give up the Heart of Meridian to her willingly, which mirrors the way that Will loses the Heart of Kandrakar in the comics as well with Matt, but it is a little bit more believable again because she pretended to be Trill for years, bitch. Like, come on now. We get this little coup in episode 10 with Phobos getting out that literally doesn't last longer than an episode. They all get locked up again, and Miranda, the spider bitch, gets shriveled up and hides in the cell with Cedric, who's also shriveled up. File that away in your noggin, okay? Then in episode 11, it's revealed, drumroll please, that Nerissa is also the mage.
Oh shit. It happened again.
Yeah. This means that she could place tracking spells on Blunk's Tongatooth, the thing that he used to travel to other dimensions, which made it so easy for her to track the girls. A great little detail. I love when shit is thought through. Yeah. It also means that Caleb's dad tongaed his tooth with Nerissa to produce Caleb and not the actual mage. Yeah. That was such a plot twist and a half bitch. I was gagged. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. And just as you think you got all the crazy info, you find out that Nerissa fucking killed one of the previous Guardians in her own group, Cassidy. And listen, hear me out. Nerissa and Cassidy are literally Anakin and Padme. No, I'm for real about this, okay? I'm honest. I'm being honest here. I'm speaking my truth. One is supposed to be good, but gets corrupted while killing the other in pursuit of power and control. But most of all, their nicknames for each other, Rissy, Annie, Rissy.
Annie, are you alright?
This may surprise you, Rissy.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Well, if it works.
My thralls for the conquests to come.
You did it. You brought order to the universe. With but a few battles, you ended war for all time.
Their dynamic is so interesting. And I'm not one of those people that just needs to headcanon or read any media as queer, but be real. Like, be honest.
Does her memory really mean so little to you?
You've no idea what she meant to me. This is not over!
I will eat my shirt, okay? I will eat this frog, okay? If that's not something the writers were thinking about when writing it, you know? Just saying. Someday, someone find the writers and ask them about this, because I'm 100% sure that this is what was going on. I'm just saying. Let me show you some of my favorite moments of their banter and stuff. This is some funny, satisfying writing, so you're welcome.
So, how long's it been?
40 years.
You haven't aged a bit.
You've aged many bits.
The sad disadvantage of having to live in this world while I
apologize for any role I might have played in your accident.
might have played.
I recall you dreamt of becoming a pediatrician.
And I once dreamt of eating a marshmallow the size of Jupiter. So where's my giant sticky treat? Shell Beach, my favorite spot. Perfectly lovely and totally transparent gesture.
You shouldn't look a gift beach in the mouth.
Then the Yanlin plot twist comes in, and also the fact that she chose to transform Matt and the pet, Mr. Huggles. Anyway, Nerissa being so character and fate connected to Will, being ex-friends and guardians with Yanlin, being the mother of Caleb and the lover of his father. All of these connections that she has with the characters, they're great. It hits. It genuinely does. The fact that her goal in creating Caleb was to overthrow Phobos. It's such a long game. All of this to make sure that she can unite all the worlds and end war everywhere. It's so unhinged. Hard to conceptualize why she would even think that that is how wars end, that you just have one person reigning over everyone and no one fights because of that. Like, doesn't make any fucking sense, but whatever. Go off, Nerissa, I guess. There is a huge plot hole here, time-wise. Like, Nerissa being Caleb's mom while it's been 40 years since Cassidy died, which a lot of them comment, especially Cassidy comments herself, right, that Nerissa aged more than the rest of them because she was using her powers, her life force, to use her powers because she's not using the aura mirrors anymore, because she's not a guardian anymore, and that aged her quite a bit. Even though that is the case, Nerissa is still the same age as Yanlin. So 16 years ago, she wouldn't be young enough to have him, I feel like. They're supposed to be about at least 70 years old at that point, right? She would have to be like 55 or so back then. I'm just going to fill in this gap, this plot hole, with an explanation that because she used glamoring, she could also glamour her body to be the right age or something like that. I don't know, bitch. Like, let's just say that it's like magic related. But technically speaking, it is a plot hole. It's not explained, it's not addressed, so whatever. Anyway, the last leg of the season, Phobos has to be broken out of jail, okay? So the Guardians can use him to defeat Nerissa, and it gives us one of the best episodes of the season, the chilling with the villain episode.
Okay, chilling with the villain. Anyone else weirded out by this?
Phobos, of course, double crosses them and steals the power from Nerissa for himself. But it was expected by the girls, obviously, so they actually made Phobos promise something, you know, that he wouldn't take all the power to himself, basically. He promised that on Kandrakar or whatever, yada yada yada. You should go watch those episodes in full yourself. They're really entertaining to get the full effect. Because I don't want to be like retelling what happened. Like, that's fucking useless. So I just want to tell you that this episode slapped. And the best part was when you're expecting Phobos to walk into Kandrakar and lose all of his powers because of his magic promise that he made before, that he completely forgot about or didn't even think that would have an effect on anything. Cedric just gobbles him down.
Kandrakar is yours.
Can we fix it? Baby, can we fix it or fix it?
Yeah, I'm not joking.
Did he just swallow Phobos whole? Oh yeah.
Anyway, Cedric and Miranda are a thing.
Oh, my love.
My lunch.
And I have never been more surprised to find out that someone is into fruitcake, because Phobos and Cedric just, they got that twink energy. And this is not something specific and not to be together or whatever, just in general. It's just vibes, man. It's not what they say, what they wear, whatever. It's just the vibes.
I'm a mess, 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 mess. I'm a mess, mess, mess.
I was even shocked when I was a kid for some reason. I was like, he would date a girl? That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem like something he'd be interested in at all. But whatever. Anyway, the final battle, the final fight slaps. Once again, go watch. The only thing that structurally started to get messy was the constant flashbacks of characters explaining what the plan is and like the plot twists and constantly being, wait, this was actually planned. Let me tell you what happened. Love the long game writing. I do. Love the storyline in general. But by the time we got to another exposition with Will and Matt, I was like, girl, please. The format is starting to get like too loopy, you know? Like we keep on going back and forth in terms of, oh, this is what happens. But wait, let's go back and explain that we actually had a different plan. And then kind of just keeps on going over and over again. But regardless of that, it's still really good. It's too good for me to be pissy about it or too pissy about it. Let me tell you a couple of episodes from season 2 that deserve more attention in quick rapid fire. So the Altamir episode with Will. Heartbreaking, beautiful. The world building is a bit different between the comic book and the TV show when it comes to Altamir's. Comic book, they have this horrible realization. We actually have it first before the girls even realize it. By we, I mean the audience. That those Altamirs, those copies that the girls create of themselves all the time to replace them while they're battling someone or whatever. In the comics, those ones are sentient beings that they create. They're separate from them, and they didn't realize it. They thought that they were just copies, and that whenever they would absorb them back into themselves, that they would just merge and that identity would disappear. And then when they would create a new copy, it would be just a new copy, whatever. So it wasn't the case. They were actually separate. Like they created another being. So the girls are low-key torturing them by treating them like a hologram that doesn't have any feelings or thoughts or anything. And they actually rebel against them in the later arcs. In the TV show, they are void of desire, fear, hunger, any other human things. They're just basically not full humans. They're just a copy, like what we thought they were at the beginning in the comics, which I think it's a little bit easier to handle, to be honest, in terms of writing, without giving kids like an identity crisis and creating a massive problem for yourself in terms of how you could logically explain these girls leading two lives properly. You know, in this episode though, Will's Altamir gets made into a full human by Nerissa. Like she literally uses quintessence to make her alive. And you get to see her start enjoying life and then have a showdown with Will that ends tragically, with Will having to absorb her into herself instead of into the heart of Kendrakar, because Will wants to let her live on inside of her to avoid her dying. Yeah, it's like a whole thing. A very good episode. Then there's also the Battle of the Bands episode that was really, really fun, mostly because there's just like crazy songs in there, and also it does make for a great episode in terms of expansion of Matt's character and Will and Matt's relationship. Another episode where Cornelia gets to have 5 powers, all of them at once. It's kind of the same as I have explained in the comics before, where Cornelia gets all of the powers, but this time it's less dramatic and tragic and involving resuscitating Caleb to life or something like that, and it's more about Cornelia just flying around being super powerful. We get this moment with her.
Even the prettiest flower gets brittle. Nap.
You think I'm pretty?
You think I'm pretty? And this moment where Caleb is smitten with the super powerful Cornelia.
Whoa, hot.
What would you do without me? It's Cornelia.
It's really funny too. Anyway, that's it I guess for this part. Oh my god, finally. Holy shit, how many hours has it been? Let me know which episodes or storylines from the graphic novel you loved. And most of all, which ones you hated and you wish they were never fucking written. Witch World is very different when it comes to first season of the show and first arc of the graphic novels. In season 1, even though we are introduced to the world of Metamor, we are not told the right names of things. Yeah, the Meridian is Metamor. That's the name of the world itself. And Meridian is just a city that most of the action takes place in. In the show, that side of the veil is just called the Meridian. That's it. This name mishap is kind of a perfect example of what the show did to the world of Witch in season 1. The show made it look like there's Earth and then there's Meridian, kind of like parallel universes, which made the world feel entirely different than the one that featured Kandrakar from the get-go. Kandrakar is kind of like a castle or interdimensional church / parliament. Yeah, that explanation is a little crazy, but if we go by the definition that's online on WitchWiki, it is an ethereal realm at the center of the universe and the heart of infinity, existing beyond both time and space, a vast nothingness where the most powerful spirits and creatures reside, led by the Oracle. Yeah, an interdimensional church parliament. That's what I said. I don't know why they had to say all that. In the comics, we get to see Kandrakar right away. And it definitely sets the tone a lot better when it comes to just imagining how vast this particular world is. It makes it seem like there's more than one world right away, that it is magical in some shape or form, and it presents a higher power, in quotations, or a conglomerate council, some kind of authority that can create tension if need be. The ultimate decisions are technically on someone else, which is a great setup for the future if the series progresses and needs more depth and logic to accommodate the audience that's growing up with the series. I have always said this, and I'm going to bring it up again and again. Setting up a world that can grow up and evolve with the audience is crucial. Even if the series never gets to progress past the initial season or arc, it is better to be able to grow up with an audience and guarantee longevity and fan base that cares than running into an issue of having to consistently dumb things down or age down the characters over and over again to attract a new batch of young kids to be still interested in this particular story. Season 1 introduces the Meridian and obviously Earth as well, but mostly the Meridian because we kind of assume that the Earth that those girls are operating on is the same as ours. And because of that, the Meridian inadvertently makes us feel like it's more important than it actually is. It feels like the only alternative to Earth, it feels like Caleb is the main character, and it is making the universe a lot smaller than the way it was set up in the comics. I wouldn't say that we got to see any other worlds besides Metamor, Earth, and Kandrakar in the first arc of the comics either, but Kandrakar is just way too important of a part of this world to just entirely leave it out. As I've said, I'm actually happy that Yan Lin was there to mentor the girls, but introducing Kandrakar wouldn't make the series too difficult to follow while still making it feel more unique. I think that Kandrakar is definitely one of the more unique aspects of this story, since the Meridian is such a big part of season 1 and arcs that we're going to be covering in this deep dive. Let's talk about a few things that paint a picture of the world we're stepping into with Witch. So what is interesting about Metamor / Meridian? Well, first and foremost, the world is a matriarchy, always ruled by a lineage of queens, except when Phobos, Elion's brother, took over right around the time that Elion was born. It has never been clear what the hell happened to the parents of Phobos and Elion. It's kind of ambiguous. It is presumed that they're dead. It is presumed that Phobos did something, but it's never stated fully. And this particular plot point is leading us to a very big plot hole in the world building of the series. And this is honestly so annoying to explain. When I was writing it down, I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be annoying as hell, but that's like the nature of plot holes. They're always annoying to explain. Basically, Phobos and the creation of the veil are interconnected, obviously.
Meridian has been overtaken by a powerful entity named Phobos. A veil was created to isolate the evil kingdom of Meridian.
When Phobos took power in the Meridian, the veil was raised to protect the rest of the world. At the same time as the veil was created and Phobos took power, Elian was taken to Earth as a little baby. Right? Since she was actually born by the queen must have disappeared around the same time as well, since there's no way in hell that she birthed her years ago and Elian is still a damn baby. In the series, when we join the action, Elian is 12 or 13, depending on whether we're talking about the series or the comics. Now the kicker. How fucking old is Phobos? Both the comics and the series create a plot hole with the timeline here, albeit for different reasons. How did they manage to create different plot holes for the same question, the same character? I have no fucking clue, honestly. Like, I don't know how that even happened. But in the comics, he's supposedly born somewhere right after the creation of the universe. Huh? Girl, what? How is that supposed to make any sense if he is Elian's brother? And if you're thinking maybe her entire family are immortals, no. There were many queens that ruled over the Meridian who all died because they had normal, so to speak, human lifespans. And we know they're supposed to be human because they're supposedly descendants of some Brits that came to Meridian at some point. Even in this world, the Brits do not want the sun to go down on the British Empire, right? But then, in one of the flashbacks, in the comics, we're also shown that the mother told Phobos, the mother being the queen, obviously, that the throne is Elian's since she is the girl and it is the law of the land that the woman inherits the crown. And Phobos looks like a kid, about 8 to 10 years old, and Elian is a baby. But if Elian is still a baby, same size when she is taken to Earth to grow up, and Phobos at that point is grown, at least 16, considering how much of a hunk every 16-year-old guy is in this show for some reason. So something's off. Something's off. Time, by the way, does flow differently in the Meridian to compare to Earth. We are told that when Tarani is captured in the comics and the girls come back from Earth to get her back, we find out that to the girls, it was just one day passed, right? But for Tarani, it was about 2 weeks, okay? But even if that is true, which it is, because that's the world building, that's what we're given here, that's what we're working with, Elian was still in the Meridian and a baby when Phobos was suddenly a grown man. They were in the same time zones, babes. The same space-time situation. Are you following me so far? In the show, however, we get a clear statement from the Oracle that it's been 13 years since the veil has been raised. Let's forget about the age thing in the comics. And we still have the same issue in the series because we're shown that Yan Lin, Halian's grandmother, fought Phobos when she was young. How on the fuck of the earth is she fighting him then at that age? If it's only been 13 years, you might say, Lisa, guardians age up or down to the most physically capable age when they transform. We know that to be true because of the girls aging up every time they transform, which is true. But we have this little tidbit here that kind of ruins this delusion, which is the fact that one of the guardians from Yan Lin's team was killed by Nerissa. And their team stopped working together because they lost 2 members out of 5. That's a big loss. It was a long time ago. If we go by TV show canon, longer than at least 16 years because of Caleb's age.
So, how long's it been?
40 years.
You haven't aged a bit. You've aged many bits.
But as we know, that's a whole other mess. So basically nothing about the timeline of the Meridian's royal bloodline, or the veil for that matter, is working. So this is just like major major timelines. So I don't know how the fuck that happened, but it is what it is, babes. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is just what it is. This is how it's been written, and we just gotta have to deal with it. One of the major differences between the Meridian in the TV show and in the comics is the fact that they made the Meridian culture sexist, which is great. Yeah, it's mostly shown through Caleb, but it is quite accepted by everyone he knows. And the fact that they have this gendered skill approach ingrained into this society as well, with men being soldiers and women being the caretakers and or whatever the fuck. Once again, I don't know what the creators were thinking, because why on earth would a matriarchal monarchy with the strongest magical beings that are also women would be sexist? Stop giving scared little glitter hating ass bitches the reins to the most popular girl IPs. I'm begging you. The creators of TV adaptation of Witch and Brian Young, I'm looking at you, you cowards. Scared of a little lip gloss? Are you gonna cry if I pull a couple of earrings out? Alright, the good things about the structure of Metamor/Meridian is the amount of well-developed creatures, both animals and human/humanoid beings. This is a classic for many novels, for many shows, to create a roster of new types of animals or different types of people that all have their own dynamics and unique ways of behavior, like those massive gross slugs that eat people. And reminds me of that weird ass movie about massive worms in Texas, Tremors. That shit, oh my god, that movie messed me up as a kid. I shit you not. I thought they were real for a hot second there, and I was like, why would anybody live in Texas if that's what you have to deal with? Like, that's crazy. There's a couple of those that look kind of similar. One of them is named Mudslugs. They appear only in the TV series. The episode where they first appeared, where Cornelia was all moody and listening to sad songs on the radio and quitting Witch because of Elian, man, that episode, it lodged itself in my brain for ages. I remembered it so vividly without rewatching the series for years. I think the slugs really creeped me out, but also it was one of the best season 1 episodes in my opinion. Also, there are larvics, and they are literally gross ass, massive ass caterpillars, and they have the same vibe as slugs, honestly, you know, a la Tremors. But the most interesting creatures that appears in both comics and the series are the Whisperers, in my opinion. They are a creation of Phobos, a type of plants or flowers that just whisper and honestly professionally talk shit. That's literally what they do. They tell Phobos if someone is approaching, they listen to whatever is being said around them. And in the comics, Caleb is actually a whisperer that escaped Phobos's court, which is low-key crazy and such a difference, a really big difference between the show and comics. In the comics, quite a few whisperers gain sentiency, and in the show, they're more like an alarm system. The show does do a really good job of adding more magical and non-magical inhabitants in the Meridian, making it a pretty good backdrop for action, honestly. It does feel like a functioning place, albeit a place that's like the type of aesthetics that I don't really like. The comics don't do such a great job of making it feel like a real functioning world until the end, where you can see the celebration going on in the streets that make it look more connected. I guess the way that the panels were set up before then was a bit hard to follow, to reconstruct this space in your head, but that's to be expected from comics, honestly. There is a lot of filling the gaps going on in terms of relativity of objects to each other. Heatherfield is a place we get to explore when it comes to Earth, and we actually explore more random locations in more depth in the comics, getting to see really detailed rooms of the girls too, which I personally love. We do see their rooms and such in the series, but I think that the art style and the amount of details in the comics does do a lot for those locations. Heatherfield feels vaguely North American and vaguely European. It's kind of a little bit of both. I know that Heatherfield in the TV show is definitely heavily inspired by a northeastern American city, but honestly, in the comics, it feels a bit more mixed, mostly because a lot of the norms in terms of classes, the way that they are named, like class 8A or 9C, and the way that they are not separated into elementary, middle, and high school, and a bunch of other little details, it kind of contributes to this feeling of maybe Heatherfield being a European idea of what an American city is like. A mid-sized city, not too huge, not too small. Heatherfield is quite cozy and has great atmosphere. I think I prefer the saturation of colors in the comics when it comes to locations, but overall I think that the city does feel pretty well established and lived in. There are a few things that I find interesting about how the Guardians treat the Earth locations in the show and in the comics, because the approach is quite different. When it comes to the comics, it feels like they're quite careful about being discovered, not wrecking too much stuff and fixing the messes that they've made with magic. There is this whole sequence in the comics where they mess up an office at Will's mom's job and they fix it with magic to make sure that no one would notice. This is kind of a double-edged sword, because on one hand, it is more believable that they would be fixing the messes and overall would be better at being discreet, but on the other hand, they are quite overpowered in the comics because of this. They get to change colors of clothes, which is something that Irma develops later in the series when it comes to the show. They clean up their room just by wishing it to be clean, and it's like within 2 seconds. It would all make it difficult to determine where the line to their magic is, and how are we supposed to put hurdles in front of them in a way that would be entertaining if we know that they will always clear them with no consequences. At the same time, even though their powers are more defined and limited in the TV series, they do not give a flying fuck as to how much they wreck the stuff around them. They would oftentimes be conveniently on the streets that are full of parked cars with literally no one seeing them fighting a massive skeletal bounty hunter that crushes all of the cars in his way, with Irma flushing literally everything, flooding the entire street with a pretty high level of water, flushing all the cars away off of the street. Well, like, does no one have a single goddamn alarm installed? No one is peeking out the window. No one is hearing anything. Like, that's crazy. In episode 4, they trash the museum. It gets blamed on Uriah and, like, in his goons. But technically speaking, it makes no sense because they would never be able to create that much damage even if they tried. This is obviously something that happens a lot in shows like this, but it does take you out of it a little bit when the characters are rarely, if ever, concerned with how much they damage the environment and property of people who are supposed to be in the dark about the existence of other worlds and guardians and Kandrakar and all of that other stuff. So I don't know. Okay, so let's cover the magic system and how it functions. Witch has a classic elemental system when it comes to main characters' powers: air, water, fire, earth, and in the case with Will, energy. At least I refer to it as such. Officially speaking, she's the keeper of the heart of Kandrakar, the talisman we've already discussed that transforms the girls into guardian forms and magnifies their powers by channeling the Oromir energy to them. Oromirs are basically pure element energy spheres that are located in Kandrakar, so they kind of channel all of that energy to themselves. Will's powers are also referred to as quintessence, but I would argue this is more of a TV series thing. It's an addition that was done by those writers, specifically using that name because they started to use the name in season 2 when the Guardians get a power-up. Honestly, the comics do make it really hard to define where the limits of the Guardians' abilities are. And as I've said, this is a bit of an issue. However, the Guardians get all of their powers in terms of different abilities, like not only wielding the elements, but cleaning up rooms, talking to electrical appliances that Will does. They get all of those powers from the get-go. There's no power-up situation in the first few arcs, like there is in season 2 of the show. For the show, I think it was a great idea to not give them all abilities at once, mostly because getting a very visible, tangible power-up is always great for the series that deal with magic. It's just always a slam dunk. I'm telling you, if you are a writer, if you're a producer, write this shit down. It's a good idea to not have overpowered characters and to have room for really exciting power-ups where the characters can essentially discover their powers once again, or discover new powers. Just nothing is as exciting for any age demographic as the characters discovering that they can do something new that is magical. I remember when I was a kid, hearing that they get a power-up was so exciting, and the episode that showed it happen, one of my favorites of all time. So keep this in mind. This is a good idea just in general, to have a bit of room for growth. It will also keep your lore more clear. No one's gonna be able to just say, why didn't they fix it with magic the way that they fixed it just with the thought a few episodes ago? Because you don't have easy or irrational solutions that will overcomplicate the magic system right out the gate. Basically, don't make anybody vaguely all-powerful. That's just not a good idea. So if we're going by the power-up system in the series, the girls got individual perks that differ from each other. Will got the power to animate electrical objects, chat with them and all that, as well as shoot lightning bolts. Quintessence is basically like electricity. Cornelia gets telekinesis, which might not seem like that different from what she could do before, but actually she could only lift earth and rocks, not any other objects. Helen gains the ability to be invisible. Tarani gains telepathy, but only in between the Guardians. She sometimes can gain messages from others outside of Witch Team, but in the case we see, those people were previous Guardians. Irma also got a new power, which was the power of suggestion or thought manipulation. She can't really fully control people's minds, but she can tweak people's disposition or adjust their decision in the moment. Now, here's the most annoying and low-key most important difference between the TV show and the comics powers. The Guardians' ability to fly. You see those things on their backs? Yeah, those are wings. And in the comics, for God knows what reason, only Helen can fly. Yeah, you heard that right. They all have wings on their backs, but they cannot actually fly, except for the Air Guardian. Why? Which I don't know, like, it genuinely makes no sense whatsoever. And it would have been such a pain in the ass for the creators in the show to not have the Guardians flying and only having Helen fly. Without the wings, it would at least make more sense. But if the creators of the show wouldn't have changed it to all of them being able to fly, I would be judging their ability to produce a show in general, because a visual medium that has action scenes like TV series with the Guardians just standing and running around with useless wings would genuinely look so stupid. I cannot stress this enough. In the comics, you get choppy action scenes, right? Just due to the medium, with characters having to just look good in just one pose, right? If you have to make an animation, choreography becomes too important to have the characters move in an awkward manner, especially considering how big many of the monsters they fight are. It is, however, a bummer that the show did not mention the gift of Xingjing. It is kind of part of their powers that they get from the Heart of Kandrakar. The gift is basically just the ability to heal quicker and be in a tip-top shape health-wise. Tarani, for example, notices that her eyesight becomes perfect and that she doesn't need glasses anymore because of, that power. I think that it's a neat little way to explain how the Guardians can lead a double life, which is a huge time and energy commitment on their part. What I've already mentioned, but have to touch on here as well, is the fact that the Guardians also grow older when they transform. It is actually never explained as to why it happens. I have already complained about the fact that making them 13 is weird or just inconvenient, but this aspect adds just a lot more issues to the mix. I am personally assuming that they transform in an older version of themselves because it's a prime age of their physical strength. That's just a guess though, because this is never explained. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's referenced so much. It's made into such a spectacle so many times, and yet no one decided to explain why that is. Anyway, the magic system also tells us more about the world that the Guardians operate in. Many creatures in the other worlds outside of Earth have some sort of abilities. Many people from the Meridian could shapeshift into looking like humans. The world that Aruba and some other Kendrakar members come from suggests that they also have their own form of magic. I would say that it's not that common to have offensive powers, magical powers in the world of Witch, but it is a lot more common to find a magical being in the Meridian or some other worlds, honestly, than on Earth. I'm not sure why that is, honestly. Another thing that functions differently in comics and TV series is the way that the veil functions. In the comics, they have 12 portals to close. That's like it. That's their overall goal, basically. In the TV show, the tears in the veil are random or created by Elian or Phobos' seal. Later, Will is able to do it with the Heart of Kendrakar because it absorbed Phobos' seal. But point being, it's not a set number, and they're random as hell. Once again, for a TV series, this is an inevitable change, honestly, that contributes greatly to action scenes and development of episodic structure. So let's talk about Kendrakar structure in terms of staff and rules. Listen, the Oracle is a very confusing character. I dislike way too much about him. He's very confusing in a way that is just annoying. Let's start with the fact that I really like what Kendrakar is supposed to be. I think that it is a great way to organize a magical world. Having a supreme court of sorts with a bunch of wiser, older beings that can be explored more in the future is fantastic, honestly. The issue with Kendrakar, though, is that it's full of nonsense, especially when it comes to the Five Guardians. The show doesn't have as much going on in terms of congregation drama, but the graphic novels lay into it with a bunch of characters, those characters mostly being the Oracle, Luba, and honestly, let's start with Luba. She is the guardian of Oromirs. She basically just has to watch those spheres of pure energy all day and all night, so the guardians always have it available and that no one steals all that power, right? In the comics, Luba is so weird, unstable, very antagonistic. I honestly don't know what the hell her problem is. I mean, it was actually quite hard to figure out why she is the way that she is. Comics, Luba dislikes the new Guardians and finds them unfit to perform their tasks. This is in many ways a flawed type of logic to introduce out of nowhere, since the Guardians, they seem to be chosen at random or by some kind of higher power like fate or something along those lines. Yeah, the TV show tries to introduce reasons as to why the Guardians are chosen. For example, with Cornelia being chosen because Lillian is the heart of Earth. But overall, with the messy and way too general statements throughout the series, both TV show and comics, it is clear that this part of Witch universe was not really thought through and relies on just the typical approach of the universe picked them or whatever. And like, since those are the rules that we are given, at least for the first two arcs, I genuinely do not understand why Luba was so pissed. It just doesn't make any sense. Why was she allowed to be so pissed? And why Oracle is such a useless little bitch? Luba basically decided that the girls are not good fit to be guardians because they fight and have like life troubles. And I'd say that all of those issues come from two things. The first one being, the guardians are fucking 13. And the other problem being, that's something that the head office should deal with, I think. Yeah. AKA, that's Kendrakar's problem. What do you mean the Guardians are supposed to make sure that no FBI agents would stalk them and figure out what's going on or whatever. Like, that's kind of your problem. Why don't you deal with it? We are shown that the Oracle can manipulate memories. He can change reality in many ways. However, instead of helping the girls when they are followed by authorities and wannabe Dr. X, all of a sudden he's too shy to use his powers. Seems like a management issue to me. Yeah, Oracle. In this show, Luba has the same position within the congregation, but she is honestly chill as hell. However, speaking of Oracle, I literally do not understand why this character and his function within this world are written this way. I like genuinely do not. We get a lot of generic stuff, like he knows stuff. But the comics version of the Oracle, functionally speaking, is incredibly directionless and lacks clear rules and responsibilities. If you look at his interactions with anyone from the congregation, none of them are allowed to question him at all until later volumes that are irrelevant to this video. He keeps on saying things like, "Are you doubting me? Are you questioning me?" Like, yeah, bitch, ain't that my job? Like, what is going on? What the hell are all of those other members of the congregation supposed to be doing if not discuss decisions? The amount of power the Oracle has, even the type of power, is really unclear. We don't even know whether the balance they are trying to preserve is something that is defined by him. And if it's not, and he's there to just uphold it, which I think that's the case, how much authority can he actually exert? It's absolute nonsense, I'm telling you. Like, I don't think it's even possible to decide whether Kandrakar or ancient China were created first. And yeah, I'm not even joking here. The origin story of the heart of Kandrakar and the creation of Kandrakar it's basically the story of Xinjing that lived in ancient China. Basically, there were like 4 dragons who saw people dying from drought, and they made clouds and rain to help them out. The emperor got mad, God knows why. They got chained, and the emperor's daughter Xinjing got pissed, turned all 4 dragons and herself into the heart of Kandrakar. But then we are told that Kandrakar was created in the early days of the universe by Xinjing, nymph of elements, Oneide, nymph of life, Tea, nymph of the sun, Ebla, nymph of the moon, and Gala, nymph of the stars. So the nymph of the elements created Kandrakar. She originally comes from China. So I guess China is older than the fucking universe? Girl. I mean, good for them. But I think that this is definitely just the plot hole again. I don't know. When I tell you there's no point in trying to line up any of the events and figure out what actually started the universe, I mean it. It's a mess. The worlds that we've already discussed are Earth, Kandrakar, and Meridian. There are a couple more worlds that we get to see in the TV show, and there are many more in later volumes of the comics, but the worlds that we do get to see within the first 2 arcs, and the ones that are shown in the TV show, are Zambala, a purple planet full of trees, full of plants that looks kind of like a jungle and has trees as its sentient life form. They walk around, they like talk and all that. That's kind of like similar to Lord of the Rings. Those trees, whatever. Yeah, they have like the same vibes. Another world we see is Iridia, a world full of sentient rock giants that has somewhat of a Martian look to it. Not the giants, but the planet itself. The main reason as to why we see more worlds in the TV show than the comics, right, is the fact that in the show, Nerissa is after the world's hearts that in the show universe can be separate from the Keeper and can even be people like Cornelia's sister Lillian or Elian. In the comics, there's only one heart, the heart of Kandrakar, which is a really, really big difference between the 2 worlds that's been built. But I think that for the TV show, it does work quite a bit. So I kind of enjoyed that change as well. Anyway, the world of which is really interesting, and it shows a lot of promise, especially considering the later editions, where we can see that the Meridian is not the only other magical world that we can explore. That obviously, pertains more to the TV show. The structure of this universe is very, very fragile, and in both comics and TV series, and wouldn't stand the test of readapting it into a movie or a show or a book, a story basically that is for an older audience. There would have to be major adjustments to make this a functional world that can create real problems and solutions for the characters in a believable way. Regardless of all of these weaknesses, the world is quite compelling, beautiful, and definitely unique for the genre and the time that it was released in.
Youth overrated, and I'm still one hot old broad.
In the design section, we always talk about the fashion, obviously, and we also talk about some of the objects that are iconic. We're going to actually organize this a little bit differently than I usually do. We're gonna organize it by the character. These girls are also not as obviously in sync as in some other shows, like for example in Bratz or Winx, as we've talked about before. They don't always wear the same outfits at the same time. It doesn't matter. Basically, the point is that we're gonna divide it by characters, and we're gonna start with Will, because this time we're going by W.i.t.c.h, okay? She's probably the only girl out of the group that you would expect to be wearing pants instead of a skirt at any time of the day. She almost always wears pants, and I said almost, so don't come for me. I know that she wore a skirt a couple of times, okay, but generally speaking, she doesn't really do that. I wouldn't say that she is specifically a tomboy as much as it's just kind of a natural thing for her. She's not trying to go into more masculine outfits or anything like that, because she sometimes pairs them up with really cute hair clips, or she wears a very pink off-the-shoulder number for a gallery outing. So it's not like she's particularly trying to pursue this specific look, which is something that you're going to notice about all of the young characters in this show and in this comic. They do have tendencies, but they're not really pigeonholed into one particular thing, which I think is good. I think it still suits them very well. There wasn't a moment where I looked at them and I thought, well, this character would not wear this ever. It was always quite appropriate, Will does wear a lot of pink and a lot of orange, which is strange considering her hair color is quite clashy, but at the same time, I think that in some instances it's okay. It doesn't hurt the overall image that much. There were a few outfits that I absolutely adored, and we're gonna do it this way. We're going to actually cover some of the outfits that I think are really, really cute. So for example, this outfit that she's wearing is a two-piece, just like a sweatsuit, and it looks really cute, especially with the little clips that she has on. In season 1, we saw her wearing a lot more red, orange, and pink. There was a couple of moments where she wore something a little bit more girly, even though that's not like the main thing that she does. She obviously also has a lot of frogs everywhere. It's kind of like Will's thing, and I think that it's actually really cute that in the show, Cornelia, even though she knew Will only for a little bit, she already knew what Will likes. She kind of pays attention to her friends. It's really adorable that she threw her party with a bunch of frogs and stuff like that as like a theme. I'm going to also show a couple of outfits while I'm talking about something, and if I'm not addressing it directly, that means that outfit was just okay. I did not really care for it. She wears dungarees and really comfy clothing most of the time. I feel like that would be what I would underline about this character, is that she is mostly wearing things that are comfortable. The whole thing with the reds, pinks, and oranges is not just a show thing. It is actually a color scheme that they're going for in both iterations of the story. I don't have anything against it, but I think I prefer her wearing more contrasting colors. I think I prefer her wearing pink rather than orange in instances where they want to use something in that palette. One of the things that you're going to notice about this is that every time I'm going to transition into talking about graphic novels, you're going to see how many details there are in the graphic novels outfits. I personally absolutely love that. I think that genuinely they put a lot of thought into it, and one of the things is that these designs are a lot more wearable and a lot more realistic than the ones that we got in something like Winx. So sometimes it's quite toned down, but I still like it. I still think that it's a good look. I personally don't think that you need to have very screaming and experimental outfits to have a lot of flavor in a character's outfit. So for example, here you see her wearing a green sweater. I just love that the detailing of those just little black accents on the sweater brings everything together in a more cohesive way. It's very, very cute. I also love the patchwork pants that she's wearing. What I love most is that sometimes you actually see some pieces being reused in the graphic novel, but it's styled differently, which I personally really like. I am not one of those people who has an easy time remembering whether I've seen a piece before or not, but when I was going through all of the outfits and I was looking at the compilations of some scans that people put together, I'm actually going to put on the screen the username of a person who put it together and posted it on Tumblr, because these are very high quality and obviously I wouldn't be able to even capture it that way because I am messy. It's nice to see them wearing the same pieces more than once, right? Especially when they're styled very differently. But I do love seeing how many frogs Will has on her clothes. We don't really get that in the show except for the little frog that she has on her calculator. That's about it, I think. But the reason for it is basically just the fact that animation is one of those things where you have to simplify the outfit. This is kind of common. You would have designs that are a lot more intricate when it is a concept photo, concept sketch, or concept image of a character. And then when you look at them in the show, all of a sudden the lines are simplified. Like the first example that comes to mind for me is actually Winx Enchantix with their fairy dust bottles. They are a lot more intricate when you look at them in the transformation sequence, specifically when it zooms in on it or when they are using the fairy dust. And if you compare it to them just going about their business and the fairy dust not being the focus of the shot, immediately
Girlfriend, stop! Get back in the car!
It's just a few lines, you know, like you kind of get the idea. And I feel like that's about the same when it comes to outfits here. In the graphic novel, they could really put in more details because obviously you don't want to go too far where you would have to be drawing for ages. But at the same time, it is less effort than animating some little drawings of frogs here and there and everywhere on a t-shirt of the main character, you know? So I think that in that regard, if you love more intricate outfits and you want some inspiration for your characters or for your character concept design work, I think you should look into the graphic novel versions of Witch specifically. I would say that in Winx, for example, I was not that much of a fan of the comic book version in terms of outfits as much as Witch, which just genuinely has a lot of really interesting takes on more grounded looks. And to compare to the show, the graphic novel definitely offers a lot more. The next one, for example, you get like a swimsuit or a summer outfit, capri pants. Will actually wears a lot of capri pants. Honestly, a lot of them do. I think it's mostly because it was kind of in fashion at the time. I remember that it was. I never liked wearing them, so to me, they were never in fashion, okay? But in general, they were. While we're talking about Will, I do want to talk about the Heart of Kandrakar, its design. This is one of the most iconic things there can ever be. We all know that. Because the thing is, I think that even people who were not familiar with the show or with the graphic novels had some familiarity with this object. I feel like it was more famous than the actual IP even. It wasn't as if people actually addressed the object as the Heart of Kandrakar as much as I feel like a lot of people, when they saw it, they were like, I've seen it somewhere. And it's because somehow it permeated the consciousness of people who own a bunch of factories in different countries, and they have produced the Heart of Kandrakar at different scale and whatever for years now. It is still available to purchase, which is so crazy, easily available for purchase, and it's not handmade, right? So till this day, it still has the chokehold on all of those factories. And honestly, I understand why the Heart of Kandrakar gets so much, not praise, but recognition, I guess, or why it went so far beyond any other object from the series. And it is because the glowing pink orb that is shaped like this just has something about it, you know? It just really does. The way that the metal is bent around it, it's not like it's something so crazy or so special that that's never been done before. No, obviously it pulls from a bunch of different things and it's not that unique in general, but I feel like this is just one of those things that regardless of you actually watching all the episodes, you would remember this object in particular, to compare to, like, for example, Seal of Nerissa. Seal of Nerissa, the design is really interesting. I especially like the design that is in the comic book to compare to the one that we get in the show. I will cover that a little bit later when we're going to be talking about their transformation outfits. I just don't think that it has the same effect, generally speaking, because it feels a lot more generic. It does not feel that interesting, even though technically they have a lot in common, even though technically the Heart of Kandrakar does not offer it that much more. And I think that in some ways it is the fact that the way that it was animated also helped quite a bit. The fact that it glows and the fact that it has so many particles, like animation particles around it. I believe that they probably used the same effect as many other animations of the time where they were using particle effects. It's just one of those objects that really just fucking hit, honestly. Now let's talk about Irma. Irma is, honestly, she has some of my favorite outfits from the series. One of them is the outfit that she wears when she's forced to go on a date with Martin, and she has this tights on with knee-high boots, this top, the color scheme, and I especially loved and love to this day her jacket with fur trim. It looks gorgeous. I absolutely love it, to be honest. In the TV show, Irma got a little bit more tomboyish looks here and there, while in the graphic novel she didn't. She was probably the most girly in terms of outfits out of everyone. However, I think she got cute outfits in both iterations anyway. Like, for example, this one with the bows, I really like it. There are some really basic ones, obviously, green top, green bottom. Some where she's just wearing low-rise jeans and a top with some hearts. Looks really cute. I like the juxtaposition of her character and her outfits when she's wearing something a little bit more girly in the show. But overall, her style is very late 90s, early 2000s. A little bit toned down. Like, none of this is hyper fashion focused, yet a lot of these looks are really cute. She gets some purple looks, for example, in the show, but it's not really a color that you would see her that often in. And she rarely gets long skirts. It's more pants or shorter skirts. Obviously, there's a look where she's wearing long skirt, but that's like a one-off. In first season, we see her in a jacket and jeans, just like a very plain type of outfit. I think that she gets a bit more to play with later. However, I do love this look that she wore for picture day in season 1. It just really hit. The hoop earrings and the one strap top, the pants are killer. Genuinely, absolutely love them. And the belt, great. And of course, I cannot just not mention this particular look, which is just, again, the green top, green bottoms, as I've showed you before in a different screenshot. But this one in particular is obviously because it's winter wear and I love that, but also because it has fur trim. And I want a coat like that so bad, but it's just, I don't think it's going to be that practical in the city where I live. I live in Vancouver and it's so fucking wet here, so I don't know, but I want one so bad. You don't even get it. We get a lot of skirts on pants, cute type of layering. It's interesting that you see her wear a lot of green, I feel like, especially in season 1. Slightly muddy green as well. This look that she wears for a party is one of my favorites. I think that it looks really, really cute, but I love matching outfits, two pieces and whatever, who doesn't? And of course, some looks that are a bit more oversized, like these pants that are oversized, look really cute. Here we can see that in the graphic novel, she's wearing fits that are a lot more freely. They have a lot more patterns and a lot more bows in day-to-day life, and I would say that her outfits have like very cutesy patterns, cutesy prints on them. I do love how many skirts that she wears in the graphic novel. I like how freely they are and all of that. But some of these outfits, they're obviously a little bit crazy color-wise. Like, for example, this one with orange, pink, and this turquoise. I guess I'm not a fan of the turquoise part. But overall, she wears a lot more cutesy. Specifically, like, cute stuff in the graphic novel. Which I think it does stem from the fact that they were treating them as younger teens in the graphic novel, I feel like, to compare to how they treat them in the TV show. That's why I don't understand why they de-aged them in the TV show. They were already too young, but whatever. Tarani. Tarani has this type of style that I have described before in one of my styling for live action videos, about which I called it art girl outfits or something along those lines. It's a lot of ochre. Is that how you pronounce that color? Green, but yellowish green, a lot of yellow, a lot of orange. Obviously, I guess they're kind of leaning into the whole fact that she's a fire guardian, but her outfits oftentimes feature ochre, and they oftentimes feature interesting types of layering, and a lot of them are leaning into the boho thing, but not quite. It's kind of like this art teacher that you have in high school in like the freshman year, you know what I mean? Like that type of style in particular. She really does embody it quite often. This outfit, for example, I really love. It looks like you're just a girl who does pottery on the side or something like that. It's just very cute and has like really interesting layering to it. Obviously, a dress on top of pants is controversial for some people. Some people don't like that, but I am a fan of that type of style in general. I think it looks really cute. You will see that some sort of beige leaning orange color is going to be somewhere in the vicinity if Tarani is involved, at least in the TV show. She also gets this orange top that she gets quite often, and her hairstyle always features some type of accessory. Anyway, you got this outfit, for example, too. It's oversized pants, and then there's this massive kind of a dress, kind of a low-key robe, but with short sleeves, and then a hoodie layered underneath. Strange, but I vibe with it so much, and it might be because I am an art bitch, so I do like some art bitch nonsense, and this is very artsy. I can just see her being like a little photographer or a little painter, something like that, right? This outfit that she had when she came back from the holidays, absolutely adorable. I want this outfit so bad, you don't even get it, okay? And then when we look at her outfits in the graphic novel, once again, you get a lot more details as expected. But they actually did lean into the orange thing in the graphic novel too. And even though it is a little bit on the nose, for this character, I do think it works because she just suits warm tones a lot. At least the skin tone that they chose and the hair color that they chose, it works pretty well. And for example, one of my favorite looks is the one that is this sweater with this skirt, the stitching. It looks so warm and so comfortable while also having so much detail. It just looks like one of those outfits that will stick out to you if you would have seen it somewhere. And it would have been an outfit that made you think that, oh, this is a person who is not just following trends but actually has taste of their own. We also see it again, but with a jacket on top, and the amount of browns and oranges just really make my heart soar. And it's because, well, I'm a little bit partial to it. I do love me some orange and I do love me some brown, so sorry about that. But a lot of these layerings are so adorable, like this one where she's wearing this tunic, corduroy pants, the same sweater that she layered before with a turtleneck, but now with some maroon pants that are flared. Beautiful. This ochre again, ochre color for a sweater with a blue dress layered on top and the matching tights. I absolutely adore also the little headscarf. It all looks really good. I love the way that they coordinated colors. It's so saturated and vivid, but it does not feel unrealistic. Even though it could look unrealistic in real life, I feel like within this world, it looks very organic. Cornelia, in the TV show, she was made into more of a fashion diva type of person than in the comics. In the comics, she does have some things to say about other people's fashion, but it's more about her kind of being prim and proper rather than her being super fashionable and just following trends. In the TV show, it's a little bit different, and I would say that honestly she does not stand out that much from the rest of the group in terms of them giving her more variety in the outfits or anything like that. It feels quite even, so I wouldn't say that it affects anything that much. She does get some purple here and there, but I would say that the first season was heavily pink. And it is mostly because she wore a lot of the same outfit, which is this long pink skirt and this turtleneck. And if I were to describe Cornelia in terms of what kind of pieces are Cornelia coded, I would say long skirts, literally down to the floor, and turtlenecks. She just wears it all the time. The way that they were trying to portray her back then, at least, I remember the descriptors always saying words like elegant and other things like that. She really loves long lines that complement her elongated figure. And for example, this outfit that she wears for a picture day, it's also pink again, but at the same time I do love this little halter top with this metal piece in there. I assume that it's metal because I remember when those tops were all the rage. I don't think I had one. I think that someone who was older than me had one, and I was just so like in awe of it. But she had like a green top with this metal piece in it that acted like a strap. Is that what you would call it? I guess. It's really cute, and there are many looks in the series where she's wearing other long skirt with a flowy top, a top that has a very interesting neckline. They do experiment with necklines a lot, even in the TV show, which I love. This skirt that she's wearing to the concert, or to help Irma with the concert of Vance Michael Justin, or whatever the hell his name is, this skirt in particular I really love. I do love me a really long skirt. Same with this one that has purple top with a square neckline and this long brown skirt. Beautiful. This is basically her signature. Some kind of top. It could be a turtleneck, it could be just like a flouncy off the shoulder type of blouse, and long skirt. I think that the only time I've seen her wearing pants 2 times is probably for the picture day and this one where she's wearing a purple top. And of course we have this.
6-inch pumps, play with his balls, dunks, bow head, yup, don't.
Why?
Listen, one of the outfits for this video was supposed to be this, but I couldn't find anything that could capture the phallicness of it all. And I couldn't spend any more money on making this video, just could not, unfortunately. But this costume, she was so upset that they dressed her as a camel, but I'm more upset about the look of the camel costume and the camel toes in question. This outfit is really fucking something. Anyway, so her outfits in the graphic novel, also a lot of long skirts, absolutely everywhere. But we once again get a lot more little details, like for example, little wraparound pieces from the tops or the skirts or whatever. I would say that in the graphic novel, her outfits and Halen's outfits were my favorites, and in the TV show, I would say that Irma's outfits were my favorites. But it definitely does hit, and I especially love seeing this outfit, for example, where she's wearing this long skirt with the little, what is it, a balero? This over-the-shoulder piece that they recolored and adapted for the TV show, for that Vance Michael Jackson concert. Absolutely adorable. I love it. So Halen, yeah, maybe her outfits are overall my favorites because of their experimentation. She definitely has a lot more interesting things going on, especially in the graphic novel. In the graphic novel, and even in some of her outfits in first season, we get a lot of wraparound strings that are kind of coming from somewhere. I don't know if it's specifically just the top, the bottoms, it kind of just wraps around and she ties it here and there, which gives a lot of texture to the outfit. Love. There's always either arm warmers or leg warmers. If there's one word I'll give you that would describe Halen's outfits, especially in the graphic novel, would be leg warmers. Like, I really love this episode where she wears her ponytails really high. It looks really adorable. She has some outfits that are inspired by Chinese traditional wear, which looks really cute because it's both slightly modernized, but it's still very recognizable, and I think that it suits her quite a bit. There's a lot of maroon going on, and purple, some pink. I would say that her like mini skirt look with the sweatshirt looks adorable, and I feel like fits her quite well. However, I think that her outfits in the graphic novel suit the character overall a lot better. I feel like she just has a lot of variety there. There, you basically get just leg warmers on top of leg warmers on top of leg warmers. And also, you get aviator glasses, but not the ones that are aviator sunglasses as much as it's like the actual goggles. Love, because it's just so unique and weird, and it's so Halen because she's just obsessed with aliens and strange things and fashion. She's the resident fashionista. And the thing is, I actually wanted to dress as her for this segment, but then I realized that I don't have anything that screams Helen, and even if I got something, it just doesn't scream her because I can't have my legs in the frame the entire time. So I decided to go for Yanlin because she's my favorite character in the TV show. The leg warmers are my favorite. You get them here, and also even with these shoes, even though they're not worn with leg warmers, you get these tied up, laced up, either shoelaces or some kind of ribbon. I don't know what it is exactly, but it looks adorable. The skirt is so cute. The layering, for example, in this outfit, the green, purple, and this blue. God, it's such a good combination. I just absolutely love it. And is it because this is the type of thing that I enjoy in real life too? Like when people really go for different types of really interesting accessories? Yeah. What am I supposed to tell you? Her outfit right next to it, that is pink jacket and orange fur trim. Girl, I love it. I do. I know that it's like very screaming in color, but it's still adorable. I love the overall vibe that Helen has going on. Her goggles with her leg warmers just really hit. There's also this look where, again, you get green, purple, blue, and pink, her most used colors. The most aliens are my favorites outfit out of them all. Love it. I also love this jacket that she wears quite a lot. This sky blue massive puffer. I feel like it just gives this realistic look at something that a 12, 13-year-old would wear in the winter. The outfits are usually not as well thought out as in graphic novels, right? But it's still nice to see sometimes where it's just like a massive puffer and that's about it. We get this Western inspired look with the cowboy boots and this jean skirt and empire waist beige blouse that looks really adorable. Something that By-System would love to wear.
Girlfriend, stop! Get back in the car! You come back here!
I just know it. When it comes to our villains, Phobos and Cedric and the entirety of Meridian is inspired by medieval Western Europe aesthetic. It is quite obvious. It is quite overdone. I think that the outfits look gorgeous. I especially think that the hair is done in a very interesting way, like the hair wraps on the front pieces, the way that they have really, really long hair and how it is kind of like this royal signature for Elia and her family. I really love all of that, but technically speaking, it is quite common, as you know, to go for this Western medieval aesthetic for something that is magic related. It is one of those things that we do quite often in the West. I don't know what it is, why people are so obsessed with connecting the past and specifically medieval aesthetics with magic and other things like that. I guess it's because we had more of a belief that magic existed back then than we do now, just like generally speaking. However, I looked at these pieces that they're wearing and a lot of it is reminiscent of 12th to 14th century outfits, a lot of robes, a lot of what looks like embroidery. There's some similar inspiration that goes into Kandrakar and the wise men, what they're wearing, but it's more general. I would say that the fact that they're wearing those plain robes is kind of a nod to a bunch of different religions and a bunch of different deities and ideas of what we expect from the elder in the community or whatever, right? There are some interesting patterns on the face for Phobos in the comic. Cedric's design is really interesting. Red piping and the way that he's kind of a reptile but also kind of a snake, whatever the hell this is. I think that he does look quite terrifying for a kid's show and that's what he's supposed to be looking like. And I think that his civilian outfit in the Meridian, not on Earth, mimics his look when he's transformed. And I think it's not a coincidence, obviously. They were trying to invoke the same feeling in terms of at least the color palette. Alien has quite an interesting look in both iterations. Obviously, she still has the same type of robe dress thing, but what I do love is honestly their hairstyles. She has this metal rings at the ends of her hair as if it's like some kind of elastic to hold it together or something. It's really interesting. I do love what it looks like.
Oh, that's grotesque. Don't stare.
But it's very much medieval aesthetics. It just has a bit of spice here and there that makes it not time specific entirely, but overall it's very much inspired by that. Now, Matt is just like a dude. He's got pretty cute clothes, I would say, but it's nothing special. It's not bad layering. I love his purple on gray layered top. And I also love his winter wear, but overall it's nothing special. I would say that Caleb gets the better end of the deal because he has some Meridian outfits, and his Meridian outfit is in some ways steampunk inspired. I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's 100% because it's really hard to say, but I think that to me, based on the silhouettes and the details and other things like that, it looks like he's like an adventurer from the steampunk kind of a look that specifically is derived from that aesthetic. He has a similar look in the comics, but I would argue that in the comics it looks less like steampunk than in the show, but let me know what you think. His winter wear for Earth and whatever is normal, but I think that honestly the outfits are just kind of, they're okay, they're cute, but they're nothing like to write home about. Quite normal for a dude like that. Now let's talk about the transformation outfits. These outfits were not created by Alessandro, it was created by Barbara Canepa, and Elisabetta constantly told Alessandro to change things for this particular outfits because they needed to be like less revealing basically, which I totally understand, because if we go by what Halen's outfit is and this is the toned down version, yeah, the outfits should have been toned down for sure. I think that it is really interesting the aesthetic that they went for because it's hard to pinpoint what exactly inspired it. I tried to find origins of striped hosiery, right? And there is obviously a connection to the modern idea of a witch wearing striped tights or socks, but when you look into it, it doesn't actually have any connection to actual witches or to anything related to that. It's really, really strange that it's even a thing. There's some theories that it is related to this company that used stockings in their advertisements, and they are a hosiery company that has a witch as their logo, but it doesn't quite make sense because yes, she's wearing tights, but that's just regular black tights. It has nothing to do with the stripes or whatever. So it's hard to tell where the hell it's even coming from, honestly. So I think that maybe they were inspired by the modern idea of witches wearing striped tights, even though these girlies are not witches. We have established that multiple times in this video, so I do not know why, but it is quite iconic. It's strange and it would never look cute in real life, I feel like. Well, maybe you can make it look cute, who knows, but in general, it's one of those things that would be really difficult to make it not ridiculous. But these outfits are definitely unique, and just like I have said before in my Wings video when we talked about transformations, the best transformations have a style. They have kind of like a list of things that you can pull from that makes that transformation part of the world or part of this transformation type specifically, like with Magic Wings in Wings being sparkly Versace inspired dresses or two pieces or whatever the fuck, right? Small wings, heels, or platforms or whatever, right? It's kind of similar here that we get a color palette. They have to have striped hosiery, not specifically socks or tights, but one of those. They have to have either fuchsia or purpley pink color and a turquoise kind of color, a greenish blue but on the dark end of it mixed into it with this specific type of wings, and that's basically what you get. That's the formula, right? So like they all feature those colors in one way or another. It works pretty well. I feel like you can come up with a bunch of different outfits and just color them in this particular color scheme and it will fit into the mold. I like that every Guardian has a different outfit even though it's technically the same color scheme. There was one big change in between the outfits in the graphic novel and in the TV show. So this is Halen's outfit, as I've already said. They definitely adjusted it to make, instead of socks, it is tights, which I think makes a lot more sense in general. Why the hell is the only Guardian in the comics that can fly? Because in the show they can all fly, but in the comics just Halen. Why is the only one who can fly has a skirt? Let's start there. A skirt that's basically just two pieces of fabric at the front and the back, basically a loincloth but long type, and she's wearing socks instead of tights, even though tights are an option in this outfit criteria. What's going on, right? I think that it makes a lot more sense that she would have a thicker band of the skirt at the top and would have tights or leggings, because it just makes no fucking sense that she didn't have that in the graphic novel. Now Now, Cornelia's was always my favorite. As a kid, I really loved the off-the-shoulder top and the long skirt. Again, long skirt, Cornelia being Cornelia. With Tarani, I wish it wasn't just like really tight leggings and super short shorts. I honestly wish that there was more to it, or there was some kind of change done to it, because I don't think it's like the best look out of them all. I do love Irma's outfit. These curved lines on their clothes are also a signature thing. So Irma gets it on her top and Will gets it on her skirt. I think that Will's is also cute because of the big sleeves and the skirt detailing. But overall, I think that my favorites are probably Cornelia, Irma, and Haylin when it comes to this outfit, except Haylin's doesn't make sense in the graphic novel, so scratch that. When we look at the other outfits of the previous girlies, chicken, yes, chicken, their initials spell chicken as a word. That's the only word you can make out of that letter combination, and this is specifically a thing that the writer, the showrunner for the second season came up with. He saw a bunch of the names of these girls, tried to come up with the same type of acronym as Witch, so they could call this group of Guardians something, and it is Haylin who figures out that it can spell chicken, which is interesting. Their outfits are also all different. I think the one that's quite strange is Cassidy. The front is really long, but the back is really short. It's kind of weird. Out of all of them, I like Kadma the most and Nerissa, but Nerissa's outfit in the show is changed from the one that she has in the graphic novel. In the graphic novel, she has it in this greenish bluish color. I think that it suits her more to be in this pink purple color, especially mostly because the tights already have a similar color on them, and it is a little bit strange to have a whole piece of just that greenish color when you're supposed to incorporate both. So I think that that's why they probably switched it up, because it feels like too separate from everybody else. And I really love the cutout piece for Nerissa. It just so Nerissa for some reason. They look really interesting. It's strange because technically they shouldn't work, because they have just like this striped leggings and the colors are kind of but it does work. It has something jewel tone going on, which I wouldn't say like the pink purple that's in the show fits that, but I feel like if you were to make it into a real outfit, I think that going more jewel tone would just really bring out magical aspects of it. To me, the outfit that Nerissa has in the graphic novel is absolutely gorgeous. This dress is fantastic. I really love the purple on her as well. And her staff, her Nerissa's seal, looks a little bit more interesting to me in this iteration, just because it looks like a cracked heart of Kandrakar, her mark, right? And it's more consistent, I feel like, in terms of that. Also, she gets this outfit with this skirt and this white tights, white go-go boots, and a white blouse, and I was gagging at it. I don't know, for some reason it really fucking worked for me. When it comes to some of the magical objects, we get some like map of portals or seal of Phobos, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't want to even spend time on them because they're just not that interesting to me. If you love them, let me know, like tell me what you like about them. But overall, those objects are just kind of like generic medieval-ish inspired, magic inspired objects that don't really hit for me that much. However, the Oromirs
Or what?
and the famous symbols that the girls get for their elements, I really love these symbols. I do not know why Irma's and Haylin's are so close. I don't know why they don't have more of a difference between them. I remember it was really confusing to me as a kid, not anymore obviously, because I can see the difference in the angle of it, but it's still too close in my opinion. However, I do love that Will's symbol is, in some way, it resembles the yin and yang symbol. It does kind of feel like appropriate because it is about energies and her power is energy, quintessence. It's just always gonna hit when girls media has little symbols for the girls, because I remember that as a kid it's just like so fun to choose one for yourself, and or choose a character that you feel some kind of kinship with based on their favorite colors, or their birthday being the same as your birthday, or the symbol being the prettiest in your opinion, or the hair color matching yours, or whatever the fuck. It's always going to be fun as a child to do that, and I think that it's a good thing when people do that for kids media, because it allows for this type of thing to happen, and it is just in general fun. So I'm always going to encourage adults who make this to continue making things like that, like little tidbits sprinkled here and there, because this is what makes experiencing these stories that you create for kids more interesting and more engaging, and that's what makes it stick out and influence future generations in terms of design sensibilities or art sensibilities or story sensibilities. Anyway, these are the looks that I find the most interesting. There's also a couple of things like architecture, for example, that I usually mention, and the architecture is, once again, Meridian is quite medieval inspired, and Earth is just our world, so I wouldn't say that there's a lot to say about it that would be actually interesting. But it does look pretty, and Phobos is good at architecture but not good at interior design. That's my thoughts on that. So, Witch is a Disney production, right? So where the hell is it then? Because it sure as hell is not on Disney Plus. Yeah, it's not available there for some goddamn reason. I genuinely don't get what could be the problem here. But at the same time, I'm glad that this series is available to watch for free on YouTube and in better quality than Disney would ever provide us. I'll leave a link in the description to a channel that remastered Witch in 1080p, 60 frames per second, whatever. A channel where I got all my little clips from, so thank you so much to that channel, because it's actually pleasant to watch than a grainy mess that we get everywhere else. Grainy mess that we would get from Disney Plus. For sure. If we're judging by the quality they seem to deem acceptable for all of their other old shows like Hannah Montana or Wizards of Waverly Place. They genuinely just left it like that. No remastering or anything. Can you imagine? Whatever. The graphic novel recently has been reprinted in English by Yen Press, and they were so close to printing literally all the arcs and having them available everywhere until they literally all of a sudden stopped all production, ran out of copies everywhere. I am now missing the first 2 volumes because I lent it to someone who I'm not in touch with anymore, and due to Yen Press stopping the production, I'm missing literally the first 2 goddamn volumes. It's so bizarre the way that they went about it. They wiped it off of their website even, which I don't get at all. It's not like you have no right to keep the info up about you producing those copies at some point in time, right? Did Disney decide to sue someone again, even though they clearly reprinted it legally? Someone did get a response from Yen Press though that their license is expiring, so I think you're still allowed to say that this print exists out there though, I kind of feel like, right? Anyway, there has also been a 1-issue reboot that is rumored to be a pilot for a new graphic novel, but it's not clear yet if it's a one-off only. I don't particularly love the style, especially things like Will having orange hair instead of red. It just doesn't look right. And them changing Ronnie's personality to something that's leaning into stereotypes way too much. Whatever. The reboot is none of my business, to be honest. I would only care if they continued the show right where they left off. So here is my Witch Deep Dive Fairies. It's been a long time coming, but deep dives take time and money. And since SEO for Witch is a mess, please like and share this video with people who might enjoy it, you know? People who have watched the show maybe, or people who like deep dives in general. Stream it. And I will see you next time. Bye.